So, welcome everybody. Welcome also to people online. This morning, we're going to have an interdisciplinary session with contributions from the fields of archaeology, medieval art history, and musicology. So, let me first introduce our speakers, the first speakers. Emanuel Demetrescu is a researcher at the Institute of Heritage Science, National Research Council in Rome. He's a specialist in digital archaeology, building archaeology, and a Python developer. Also, as I read, he's a digital artist, an expert of 3D survey and 3D source-based modeling. His main research regard the creation of theoretical and methodological links between the scientific record in cultural heritage and creative industries. He has participated in several European projects for the integration of 3D models in archaeological documentation. He has developed an open source tool for the creation of reconstructive hypotheses through digital technologies, a tool which will be presented today to us, and Emanuel will speak online. And then we have here Simone Berto, a research fellow at the Institute of Heritage Science, National Research Council of Rome as well, and he holds a PhD in history, criticism, and conservation of cultural heritage, and his research covers topographic and three-dimensional survey, 3D reconstruction, and content dissemination. So, Simone, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to this very interesting conference or meeting here with you. And just an information. So the first part of the presentation is a video made by Emanuel of 15 minutes, and then my presentation will be a presentation about the practical part of the method. So in the first part, there is the theory of the method, of the extended matrix, and then a practical part. So let's start.
Good morning to everyone. I'm going to talk about the extended matrix 1.4. You know, in a presentation, especially when we are talking to another community, I'm very pleased to be here to share what we are doing in the archaeological domain about virtual reconstruction. You know, it's pretty challenging to communicate new things, maybe new concepts to different communities. So for that very reason, I will focus on three main aspects: the theoretical aspects, the formal language we use in our community, and the scientific community behind it. So three main topics for today's presentation. Virtual reconstruction, you know, suffers a lot of stereotypes and cultural biases. It's purely a question of aesthetic, serves only for popularization after the scientific work has been done. Maybe for someone it's even dangerous because nobody knows what really was like in the past. So, especially in the physical domain, the world is made of fragments. And the fact that we are able to say this is a fragment of a volute of a Corinthian capital, it's something that allows us to understand this specific object. So, rebuilding for us is understanding. Sometimes it's pretty easy to understand what is the link between what we have today and what was like in the past. It's some sort of restoration, visual restoration. Sometimes it's pretty difficult to make this link because what we have today is pretty different. The Templum Pacis in Rome is one of the most difficult monuments to be, let's say, made understandable by people, because what we have today, it's a portion of it. So we have the black box effect. It's a well-known term, and in our community it's The problem of the 3D is that we use it as a place where to put all the conjectures, all the interpretations we have. All the elements have very different degrees of reliability, so the reconstruction process is unreadable. More than that, we have also the palimpsest effect, because you know, on a monument, it's not only, for instance, the Colosseum. If we want to reconstruct it, it's not about the reconstruction of the Colosseum as it was in the 1st century, but it's a lot of reconstructive models for different moments in time. We will have to choose if we want to reconstruct the original one or to reconstruct it when it was the fortress of the Frangipane family. So the same context with different reconstructive models according to the moment in time. We need something to base all the effort, the reconstructive effort. The theory of gaps is a very powerful framework for us. Nicolaus Tenonius theorized the historical language of nature as opposed to the mathematical language. He was the father of the principle of stratigraphy, and he was friends and of Descartes, of René Descartes, and he said that each system should be studied element by element and all together in their mutual relations. It's pretty important for us because it allows to work in an intersected environment. In order to explain this theory of gaps, Nicolaus Tenonius told a story. Let me introduce it to you. Imagine to be on a winter day in the mountains, and some traces on the snow are in front of you. Other traces are converging on the first, and you see some snow spotted with blood and traces of blood to the woods. Okay, what you have seen, we can understand from these gaps, from these lacunae, is that a story can be told, a story of a rabbit and a fox in the mountains. In other words, we have here only gaps, only cutted snow, and the presence of a gap is the presence of an information that we have to record and use it to reconstruct. What happens if the spring arrives and all the snow is melted down? We can't see any trace, and for that very reason we have the lost pages of the nature's book. The role of the gap for the archaeology is very important when we can identify the traces of objects that are no more there, so we can reconstruct them with a very high level of certainty. As the first level of reconstruction, missing elements, but we are sure about their absence. And so the property existence of these elements have a very high degree of existence, of certainty. Stratigraphy, it's based on the theory of gaps, and it's how we read physical objects in cultural heritage at very different levels. So from the status, from restoration, from the architectural studies, to archaeological excavations, even to the reconstruction of the landscape. All the time starting from presence and absences. The idea is to document both the presences and the absences with the same tools, documenting them as real objects. Starting from it, it's possible to document what we have and document what we likelihood was in the past. The formal language of the extended matrix, it's pretty simple. We are more or less in 10 years of working methodology. It helps to manage the data provenance in heterogeneous situations from 3D to bidimensional context. You can produce, manage, and publish online scientifically validated reconstructive hypotheses, make the interpretative processes accessible and replicable according to open science and FAIR principles, made it possible to link 3D models and validated knowledge graphs as a time extensions for other methodologies, and allows to make digital twins with an open source framework. We have vibrant communities of different users and developers, and at present more than 10 doctoral PhD dissertations on the use and implementation of the extended matrix. So it's a tool to convey everything we know about a context. It's a tool that we can use to convey everything in a knowledge network or graph, editorialize it. That is pretty simple to be used by human beings, human users. It's a tool that allows us to bring spreadsheets, put them inside a visual grammar, connecting them to a 3D model or a bidimensional asset, and represent it at different levels. How it looks like today, how likelihood was in a specific moment in time, and a proxy representation that is, you can imagine it like a symbolic representation with colors. Colors connected to the certainty of existence. Is a specific property for each element. The grammar includes 10 nodes in this visual grammar, very simple, and a validation set of nodes, starting from the source, how we interpret it, so objective level, interpretation level, and finally the property we connect to the reconstructive object, using a data information knowledge wisdom well-known data provenance metaphor. So, is extended matrix limited to material culture only? Actually, we are working on physical gaps, also with informational gaps, actually, because we want to reconstruct things that are no more there and we don't have any remains. Okay? So in that case, we can still use the extended matrix. So it's not related just to the material culture. A thesis by Paola Frigerio at the University of Padua extended the matrix, the extended matrix with the extended matrix narratives. That is a microtemporal description on two characters that are talking each other in Roman times, and all the arguments, all the text that and the speech of these two virtual characters are made on Plautine comedies, extracting how people talked in the past, and creating from these sources extended matrix narratives modules that are based on registry, contents, levels of speech, of language, and so on and so forth, that are connected to the virtual characters. It is for gaming, okay? It's especially to reenact sort of small theater pieces inside a Roman forum, for instance, in this case, two merchants in Nora. So the experiment worked pretty fine, actually. Last but not least, the third topic, be part of a community, the extended matrix community, to use it in research projects and theses. The extended matrix community has different moments to work together. We have monthly live sessions, actually 2 times per month, the second and the fourth Thursday of each month. Sorry, the first and the third. We have a Facebook community and Telegram channels for early news and the people that are more involved and want to ask and to make a network about virtual reconstruction in cultural heritage in archaeology. There are a lot of working teams started about the core, the tools, the connection with SciDoc CRM, the HBeam, integration with visual tools, and so on and so forth. We have a general timeline with 2 big events during the year. One is the EMCon, that is the Extended Matrix Conference in February, when we meet each other to present the new case studies. And the Extended Matrix Bazaar is for the development of the tools, the open source tools that are made available for the community and implemented by the community. That is in November. And normally we have one in, let's say, at the beginning of the spring, one in autumn, more or less. To be involved, you can join the Telegram channel and just ask to be involved and have to receive some support and help. All the formal language is published on GitHub, as well as the tools that are used in the application of the method. As well, in the Extended Matrix site, you will find all the references for this tool. Thank you so much, really, for this possibility to join this very interesting conference, and I leave the floor to Simone Berto, my colleague.
Here we are. So when the presentation will start, I will start my presentation. So as you have seen, the first, okay, plug and plug. It works always. So Emmanuel explained you the theoretical part of now. It works. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So this second part of the presentation will be organized as follows. So there will be a brief presentation of a list of case studies where the extended matrix has been applied successfully. Then we'll describe you an important case study. Since it was my PhD study, so the case study is my PhD. And then the last part of the presentation will end with the presentation of a new application of the extended matrix. As you can see on the slide, by observing these virtual cards, the extended matrix has been applied in several archaeological case studies. We have public buildings or public monuments, such as the Roman Theater of Catania and the Roman Forum of Nora. We have religious buildings and religious context or areas, such as temples and necropolis. And we have also productive structure, such as the forgery of Monte Belluna. other case studies are presented and described within the web page of the extended matrix method. And within the web page, you can find for each case studies a description with all the details. So let's move to the core of the presentation. The Roman Forum of Nora was the main case study of my PhD, and a PhD that I defended in 2022 at the Cultural Heritage Department of the University of Padova. The project aimed to propose a 3D reconstruction of the entire Roman Forum, improve the visual comprehension of the archaeological context, map data provenance, using the scientific approach of the extended matrix, represent and validate the reconstruction process, the whole reconstruction process, in this case using the extended matrix, and then share results online using the Atom framework, which is an online service developed within the Digital Heritage Innovation Lab of the CNR. So the archaeological site of Nora is located on the south coast of Sardinia, about 30 kilometers from Cagliari, the ancient Caralis. The forum was built on a flat area of the city, previously occupied by other buildings. The central position of this public complex within the ancient city is also testified by the close presence of public and religious buildings. These buildings were built or renovated and after the construction of the forum itself. In this specific part of the city, archaeological excavation started in mid-20th century with the discovery of the forum. And from 1997 to 2006, the forum was excavated by the University of Padova under the scientific supervision of Professor Jacopo Bonetto. So after 10 years of excavation, 9 chronological periods were identified, and 2 of them are the one that I reconstructed with my PhD. And the first period was the construction of the forum, and then a following period, which was the monumentalization of the forum. Other information were about the architectural organization of the complex. So many different buildings were built around the square, the principal square of the complex. And at the end of these 10 years of excavation, all the archaeological data were published in a scientific publication of the excavation, which was the main reference of the reconstruction. So, as you can see from the slide, this is a 3D survey of the Roman Forum, and the archaeological remains related to the structures of the forum are very few. Much of them are related to the foundation of the walls, and only a little part of them are related to elevation of the walls. But as you will see in the next slide, this aspect did not stop the reconstructive process. So before visiting the virtual reconstruction of the forum, I would like to introduce you 3 main concepts of the extended matrix. And I highlighted them with the red color, the blue color, and the green color. So in red, you have the stratigraphic unit. In blue, the structural virtual stratigraphic unit, and in green, the non-structural virtual stratigraphic unit. The stratigraphic unit is related to the archaeological remains. So it is the documentation of an existing in situ element, and in our case, in archaeological case, the absence of a specific part of a wall, so a lacuna, is an evidence of an absence, and in this case is an information. So I can reconstruct a wall since I have an absence. The virtual stratigraphic unit is the virtual restoration of this lacuna. So the stratigraphic unit and the virtual stratigraphic unit are very close to each other. And the second one, so the virtual stratigraphic unit, is a consequence of the stratigraphic unit, of the absence of a stratigraphic unit. And the last one, the non-structural stratigraphic unit, is the virtual reconstruction, which is not based on in situ elements. So in order to reconstruct this virtual stratigraphic unit, I have to looking for information. So I have to compare my case study with other case studies. So during my PhD, I spent a lot of time in library in order to find information, in order to create a reconstruction. So, an example. This is the temple, which is located on the northern side, north part of the forum. On the upper part of the slide, there are some icons that you can look. If you are not able to understand the reconstruction and also the information on the right side, there is the icons that I insert in the presentation. So, in red, the archaeological remains of the foundation related to the temple. In blue, the restoration, the virtual restoration of the walls, in this case. And then in green, the other part, so columns and roof. And on the right side of the slide, the information that I already explained to you. So the stratigraphic unit and the virtual stratigraphic unit and the non-structural virtual stratigraphic unit. There are also other nodes that cover other cases. But in this case, I think that these three nodes are the most important in the musicology aspect. Just a detail, as you can see, the base of the column was reconstructed, started from a fragment found during the excavation, and a comparison with some other aspect found in books. Virtual reconstruction has nodes, so the three nodes that I have explained to you. But within the 3D environment, these information are represented with two kinds of geometries, the proxy models and the representation models. The proxy models is a low poly model, as you can see, and the colors of this model are automatically attributed to the models by a software, a plugin of the Blender software, so the software in where you reconstruct, where you model the 3D. So these colors are refers to reliability and chronological phases. And then the representation models is the high poly models, which is a model with high level of detail and with the material, so with the texture. So it represents the reconstruction of that case study. Okay, so I show you. Let's have a virtual tour. Okay. plug and unplug the... So, is it working? Okay, here we are. So we are walking virtually on the Roman Forum on the surface of a 3D survey of the forum. These are the archaeological remains, virtual archaeological remains of the temple, and we can explore it. And now the magic happens. This is the virtual reconstruction of the first period, and as you can see, when I move the mouse, on the right side of the screen, you have information. So all the data and paradata connected to the reconstruction. And on the lower part of the screen, you have the chronological timeline, and you can switch from the first period and the second period, the one of the renovation. And you can explore easily all the archaeological part. You can enter within the basilica. And this part, this blue part, are the one that I explained you before, and are the structural virtual stratigraphic unit. So I can explore the properties related to this reconstruction. So in this case, we have the style, the elevation, and the dimension. And I can explore all the nodes related to this information. So the advantage of this tool, which is online, is that I can share with you my information, and on the right part of the screen, you can have a look of all the information that I used during my reconstructive process. And in this case, when I switch the timeline, I can see that I reconstructed the floor of the basilica in a kind of material. And then, in the second part, in the second phase, the floor was covered with a mosaic. And the information, as you can see, are mapped. They changed, and they are still on the right side. Okay, so let's move to the presentation. Here we are. Okay, so the third part of the presentation. With Marina and Gabriele, we tried to use the extended matrix method to map the reconstructive process of a score. The main purposes of this test were the testing the transdisciplinarity of the extended matrix, the possibility of mapping data provenance, and also the possibility of mapping reliability. So the mapping process was firstly performed by hand by Marina and Gabriele. Then, in a second phase, we mapped the reliability with the extended matrix graph, which is this one. And then we mapped the score within the 3D environment of, in this case, the software is Blender. And then the magic happened, and the software automatically mapped the information that we stored in the graph with the geometries inside the 3D environment. So I show you. And in this case, if Marina and Gabriele wants to be part of the presentation, there are no question about. So here we are inside a 3D environment, as you can see. In this case, the case study is O Lux Beata Trinitas, but Marina, if you want to...
Yes, just a couple of information about this composition. It is a hymn by Marcantonio Ingegneri, known as Claudio Monteverdi's teacher, drawn from his Liber Secundus Hymnorum, published posthumously in Venice in 1606. And, it was published only in separate parts, and the 4 booklets are cantus, altus, tenor, and bassus. 1 page is missing from the tenor part book because of fire. It went burned, presumably because of candles during years. So 3 compositions are incomplete. 1 is this. It is incomplete. The previous one is partially incomplete because it ends the finale, and the last one is partially incomplete because it lacks the beginning, so the opening section. What is the point here? Well, this is the critical edition of it. I prepared some 20 years ago, but in this case for the matrix, I kept the original values, because for the criteria of the opera omnia, I was forced to reduce note values and also to divide, split in 4 in the triple time. But anyway, this is original values, and you see that, the stave is red, because red is the color of certainty. We know that there is something there. So, and also the point is, of course, the 3 surviving parts, you see them, they are all red, both the stave and the notes and the name of the part. It is all red for the 3 surviving parts: cantus, altus, and bassus. In the tenor, you see that the stave is also red because we have the certainty of the absence. First of all, you read on the front page, Liber Secundus Hymnorum Quatuor Vocum. Second, all the 32 hymns are for 4 voices. Third, you have the Tavola delle Composizioni of the tenor, and you find this composition listed. And then, well, yes, and then we have the tenor part. The name of the tenor part is also red because the page is missing from the tenor part book. Well, concerning the text has been, it is the traditional text of the hymn, but it has been drawn from different sources. So either from the other parts or from other sources in a way. Then you have the notes. The notes are blue in the first verse. So the first line, first part is blue because it is a cantus prius factus. All hymns are on cantus prius factus, and the cantus prius factus circulates among the voices. In this particular passage, in the first verse, the cantus prius factus was not present in the other 3 voices, so it is obvious that it has to be sung by the tenor. And so we know that we have to put it there, but it is not automatic. I didn't see it in the part book. I have to adapt, I have to transpose. And so it is blue. It is drawn from other sources and put there. I know there should be a cantus prius factus, but I don't see it in the part. And in the second line, in the second verse, you see that the notes are green because they are reconstructed on purely conjectural basis. So just filling in the harmony. That's it. Thank you.
And as you can see, when I select within the software, when I select the geometries, I can reach the information about them. So this was a test in order to understand if the extended matrix can map the reconstructive process within the musicology context, and we are at the beginning. So now in this month, I think that we should implement the information with all the paradata and try to share online this test in order to understand, as you saw within the forum, on the right side of the screen, you had all the information, all the paradata. So this can be done also for this kind of information and for the reconstruction of a score. So my presentation is end, and I thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Simone, and thank you, Emmanuel. I think we can take this musicological part as a question, as a comment. I'm wondering perhaps if there is time for just one very quick follow-up by you or Emmanuel, but we have just 1 minute, and I think we can discuss with Simone in the other moments of breaks. And
Emmanuel is online, and I have to unplug the...
Okay, we can see him.
Okay.
So, hi, Emmanuel.
Hello.
I have a very quick comment, and I think many of us were a little jealous of archaeologists having a theory of lacunae dating back to the age of René Descartes. This is something we don't actually have a theory of lacuna, but this is really great. And other than that, the application of this method to performing arts, as Emmanuel has shown with the Plautus comedy, or with music like we did in the past months, seems really promising. So I think we have no more time to discuss, unfortunately, and we have to go to the next speakers. And thank you again, Simone and Emmanuel, for being with us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
So the following presentation is also online, and I introduce first Cristina Guarnieri. I think she's with us already. I hope so. In the meantime, I present her. She is Associate Professor of Medieval...
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the Scientific Committee for this kind invitation. We are very happy to be here, and we hope to give a talk that will be of interest.
Yeah, she's a professor of History of Medieval Arts at the University of Padua, and she studies Venetian painting of 13th to 15th centuries, and she has published extensively on these topics. And she also works on the reconstruction of dismembered works and architectures, including consideration of their original function and context. With Cristina Guarnieri, we also have Elena Calaf, also from Padua. She has been recently involved in a research project on the virtual anastylosis and interactive spatial interpretation of the dismissed Church of St. Augustine in Padua. And the third member of this sixth-hand paper is Rachele Bernardello, a PhD researcher at the University of Padua, also involved in this project, but focusing mainly on methodology and digital infrastructure. So let's hear the paper.
Good morning. First of all, I would like to thank the Scientific Committee for this kind invitation. We are very happy to be here, and we hope to give a talk that will be of interest to an audience of musicologists. I am Cristina Guarnieri, and I usually teach history of medieval art at the Department of Cultural Heritage in the University of Padua. The topic of this talk is the Dominican Church of St. Augustine in Padua, an architectural monument that has now completely disappeared. In 1806 to 1807, the mendicant complex was closed during the Napoleonic suppression of the Italian religious order and turned into military barracks. The church became a warehouse for fodder, and in 1819 it was completely demolished by the Austrian military engineers. The reasons for such a drastic decision are truly incredible. The building was considered unwieldy. In front of the former convent buildings, which were used as a military hospital, a garden was created in place of the church. According to the sources, the church had monumental dimensions, 85 x 25.5 meters approx, and, as can be seen from the Google Earth image, stood along the Paleocapa Riviera on the western bank of the Bacchiglione River in Padua. Giovanni da Nono, who was a chronicler, uses very effective words to portray the monumentality of the building, emphasizing how the 12 trachyte columns that divided the naves were of such a diameter that 2 men could hardly embrace one of them. The 16th century source by Dal Legname also notes how monumental and beautiful the columns were, ingentibus et pulcherrimis in Latin, while the 2 volumes by Rossetti and Brandolese hand down the important detail that the arches above the columns were pointed arches. Of the church, which was oriented towards the south, we have several views, but all of them are of the northwest side only. The oldest is the 18th century engraving by Francesco Bellucco. From the early 19th century are Marino Urbani's watercolors, from which we assume that the church was entirely made of brick with stone inserts emphasizing certain architectural elements, such as oculi, arches, and windows. The church was consecrated in 1303 by Niccolò Bocassino, the future Pope Benedict XI. Beginning in 1275, the year in which a municipal contribution of 1,500 lire was made, the building was remodeled and enlarged, extended by 40 feet or 17.2 meters, an earlier church, which sources say had been founded very early in 1226. The ambitious aim of the project was to arrive at a reconstruction of the original configuration of the important Dominican church in its 14th century phase through an overall digital modeling of the architectural structure, the results of which we present today. We do not have the primary source, in other words, the monument itself, and so it was necessary to rely on another types of references, which are, of course, not material ones. Therefore, we have taken into consideration the ancient descriptions attesting to the original appearance of the church, and the 2 most important ones for St. Augustine are the 2 16th century volumes by Desiderio da Legname and the one shortly afterwards by Valerio Muscheta. Then we have archive documents, various documents from the monastery archives, in particular wills and inventories, plans, Portinari and Valle, and graphic illustrations of the elevation, Bellucco, 18th century, Urbani, 19th century. Comparisons were also made with similar structures in plan that still exist, such as the Dominican churches of San Nicolò in Treviso, San Giovanni and Paolo in Venice, Santa Corona in Vicenza, and, above all, in view of the similarities in plan and entirely comparable dimensions, Santa Anastasia in Verona. Finally, an important note to add is that the model has tried to respect the principles set out in the 2009 London Charter, such as the declaration of sources, tools used, and different degrees of hypothesis. Once the model was finished, we relocated the decontextualized works from the 14th century phase of the church in the presbytery. First of all, the two tombs of Ubertino and Jacopo II da Carrara, lords of Padua, sculpted by Andriolo Pessanti, formerly on the walls of the main chapel. Then the frescoes by the painter Guariento, the Coronation of the Virgin, firmly above the Triumphal Arch, and the two fragments with stories of Christ and St. Augustine in the main chapel, some of which are now in the Eremitani Church in Padua. In conclusion, with this project, we hope to have brought back, not only to specialists, but also to the wider public, even if only virtually, what was considered the most beautiful building of the Middle Ages that Padua had.
The research on the Church of St. Augustine is based on a wide variety of graphic, archival, and bibliographical evidence, which includes papal or episcopal bulls, wills, registers that belonged to the convent, as well as description of the ecclesial area by ancient erudites, often members of the Congregation of the Friars of St. Augustine. The different sources have been organized on an online platform, Dalux, with the continuous insertion of new data discovered during the research and shared with the team members. Indeed, on Dalux is it possible to upload a document and the information connected to it. Every metadata associated with each document allow them to be related to a precise spatial point of the church model at a specific chronological moment. Here we can see, for example, the act of consecration of the altar of St. Nicholas, with the image of the document, the indication of the chronological details, and a special reference to the internal structure. The total transcription or a single quotation of the document is then inserted among the attachments. Documentary research, therefore, acts as a support for the digital modeling and can help answer the questions regarding the spatial arrangements. A first problem encountered from the beginning of the research was related to the height measurements of the building. The main graphic sources for the realization of the three-dimensional model have been Giovanni Valle's plan and the Napoleonic cadastral maps, which allow us to have certain measurements of the surface area occupied by the church. Unfortunately, elevation drawings of the building with height measurements are missing. In Padua, during the Napoleonic era, the engineer Giuseppe Maria Pivetta was responsible for carrying out the surveys of many buildings in the city, including the recently suppressed religious corporation. In his archive, there is no drawing for St. Augustine. Fortunately, however, Pivetta wrote down some interesting pencil notes on the church building that include the total height of the bell tower, which was 26 meters. Other information on the measurements was found in an unpublished engraving by Jacopo Ruffoni from 1672, the only interior view of the church we have, which shows the Somptuosissimo Apparato created for the beatification of St. Pius V. The scroll indicates the overall length, width, and height of the building in Paduan feet, respectively 262 and 50 feet. These measurements, converted into meters and compared to the plans, the height of the bell tower, and the views of Francesco Bellucco and Marino Urbani, allowed us to have an idea of the volume of the church. The research then continued to find information on the furnishings that existed inside the building. Until now, previous studies have referred to descriptive sources with second-hand information, for example, news reported by erudites or deduced in synthetic form from the Catastico, the register of all documents existing in the convent. This situation is due to the fact that the rich archive of the convent of St. Augustine, after the Napoleonic suppressions, underwent a reorganization operation that had dismembered it. The parchment documents were all extrapolated from the convent volumes and placed in the diplomatic funds, while the paper parts left over from the destroyed volumes went to constitute a new miscellaneous archival series, not reordered. Therefore, I decided to direct the research on the primary sources, so on the parchment funds. And this allowed me to add more detailed information and also to find documents of extreme importance for the history of the Church, shedding light on aspects that were generally not reported in the Catastico, for example, where the deeds were redacted. Indeed, we have many documents that had been written in front of an altar. Among these parchment, there is the original papal bull with the permission for the consecration of the Church, as well as the acts of consecration of several altars. Here we have, for example, the consecration of the altar of St. Stephen, and here we have that of the 4 altars of the rood screen, whose year of consecration was until now only known through the Catastico. The question of the rood screen and its location had been an important point for the digital reconstruction of St. Augustine. To solve this problem, a lot of documentary sources came to our aid. The main reference source in this case was the Legname's description of the church written in 1560. Indeed, it is the only description prior to the demolition of the liturgical barrier, which took place in 1586. The altars were arranged starting from left to right as follows: St. Thomas Aquinas, St. Dominic, the Blessed Virgin, and St. Peter the Mother. While we know with certainty the location of the Blessed Virgin and the St. Peter the Mother altars, thanks to Maria da Curtarolo's wills of 1416, for the eastern side, we can deduce the position of the altars from the sequence of the Legname's description. The rood screen was characterized by a balustrade decorated a fronte et a tergo cum parvis columnis et coronis lapides, made thanks to the bequest of Floriano de Burani in 1321, as recalled by an inscription reported by Dal Legname. Dal Legname also recalls the presence of a crucifix placed above the balustrade. In addition to the 4 altars facing the ecclesial icorum, there was one located on the side of the friars belonging to the confraternity of the boatmen, located contra apostolorum sacellum, therefore opposite the first apsidal chapel to the right of the main one, dedicated to the apostles Peter and Paul. A document from 1519, the first known about the confraternity, tells us that the altar was placed next to the door that led to the cloister. Therefore, the rood screen, which at the time had not yet been demolished, must have been located in the 5th bay, where the entrance to the cloister was located, thus dividing the interior of the church into 2 unequal areas, as Valerio Muscheta also tells us in 1588, who stated that the ecclesial space reserved for the friars was much more restricted than the one open to the laity. Another important point concerns the access staircase to the upper balustrade. Dal Legname in 1560, before starting to describe the rood screen, focuses on a staircase located outside the choir of the friars, beneath which he recalls there having been an altar, no longer existent at his time, dedicated to Saint Mary Magdalene, giving us the precious information that the access to the balustrade was located on the left side of the church. Below the staircase, Dal Legname mentions, in addition to the demolished altar, the tombstone of Daniele da Santa Sofia, buried in 1467. The slab is also mentioned in the same area by sources following the demolition of the liturgical barrier, thus confirming the position of the staircase on the eastern side of the rood screen. A more explicit reference to these stairs is found in the last will of the Florentine Claro de' Clari, who in 1483 asked to be buried subtus scalas per quas ascenditur super podiolus. The research, therefore, gave good results. It was possible to reconstruct the heights of the building, and new important documents emerged, which allow us to shed light on the appearance of the church and its spatial division in the 14th century.
As methodology that we propose combine the typical research, the historical research, with the most innovative technology of the construction fields. This means that at first we combine the archival research, the bibliographical research, the photo and the digital surveys, plus with all the graphical documents and non-graphical documents, which are important to describe and to know the transformation that an historical building, especially if it is not, if it doesn't exist anymore, so to try to define the history of this building. So all of this research kind of defined new data and new documents, like, for example, the transcription or summary, as well as the point cloud that arrives and comes from the digital surveys. All of these technologies are combined together in a BIM models, which is the technology that we have used, in order then to have comparative analysis between different type of buildings of the same ages, and having, as Elena already have explained, so the possibility to manage all these documents that comes from the historical research. As I've already mentioned, the main technology and methodology that we have used is one which is called building information modeling, that has some kind of characteristics that are very useful for our interdisciplinary research, like the historical one plus the reconstruction. These are the things that it is a digital representation which is shared by different actors that acts on the process, and it is aims to facilitate the process related to the construction fields in order to have a reliable basis to take the decision, like, for example, define some historical decision related to the transformation of a buildings. The purpose to use this technology that comes from the construction field and that is aimed to develop and to improve the optimization of the construction in the nowadays. So it is used in order to define a reliable basis for the knowledge related to historical things. So in one side, what we have are all technologies that are closely related to the academia field, like, for example, the 3D survey, the possibility to have all the information, like historical, like structural analysis, for example. And on the other side, what we have are all the products which are related to the dissemination of this knowledge that is created by the academia. So the idea is the one that this model full of information and with geometry information is kind of a bridge in between the academic knowledge, which is developed by using specific techniques, but it is aimed also to share this technology with a wider public. The idea then is kind of create a tools, a technology, a model in this case, that allows especially to tell and to talk to people which are the hypotheses that are based on specific information grown into the academical knowledge, in order to allow also a wider public to understand which are the transformation of these historical buildings. Related to the St. Augustine Church, the process that we adopted was at first having a digital survey of the area in order to have different, to have and to know the exactly dimension of the area where the church insist, and in particular, as you can see from this image, it was important to define and to obtain in the digital survey some of the main points that was present in the older map that we have. For example, the cloister, the buildings that are on the north of the area of the St. Augustine Church, and the bridge which is in the east part of the area. So these were kind of main point in order to anchor the maps, the older maps, to a digital survey that allows us to understand the exactly dimension of the church. Here in this image, you can see an overlay in between the BIM model, so the geometric model with the information, and the digital survey of the area that now now appears in that place. So it was possible by all by a close work between the historical research and the engineer to define the information related to the church, like the non-graphical information, like the age, for example, of the age of the church and the main dimension of the church, in order to define the module and then to create and develop the plan of the church and of the church. Here you can see so the church overlay to different maps, and how it is possible to understand the real dimension and the position of the church and the reconstruction of the church based on all the information that we have. So then it was possible to create a model, and as you can see from this image, to place also some of the artifacts that are placed in now in other museums, and to allow people to see exactly how the artifacts appears. From the image, you can see that some of the objects have a different texture, like for example, kind of a net texture, in order to say that that object is there, but at the same time, we are not sure exactly of the geometry that it has. So these are also the different artifacts that we have found in other museums. At the end, as already Elena mentioned, so we have this online platform that contains all the documents with the metadata that allows us to link the documents with the object of the church, and at the same time what we can have are analysis based on these documents in order to enable other historical research related to real data and to data that are that has a computational value in the research. So here it is possible in the platform to select some specific object and then to see which are the documents that are linked to that object, and so in this way to have a wider possible link to the documents that are linked to that object, and to understand and to know and to have access to these documents. We thank you for your kind attention. If you have any question, we are here to answer.
Thank you very much. And are there any questions from the floor? Or possibly, okay, Niels has one.
Yeah, so thank you very much for that interesting contribution. I was wondering, as I'm working on 14th century Paduan music, is there any project foreseen to also include music from Padua in this remodeling?
Good morning to everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to present our work. Actually, there isn't any project about music in this church, but I think that perhaps Marina Toffetti can answer to this question. I see that is in the public, and I don't know if she has some projects about churches in Padua.
No, I don't have any project, but when I visited the exposition of these materials in the Palazzo Liviano, I noticed that in one of the reproductions, I think the one with the apparatus, there were some informations about the presence of musicians or something like that, and I remember that I noticed that it could be a hint, a precious trace starting from which we could try to guess the distribution of musicians and guess also what could be the repertoire played on that occasion. So it was also my question when I visited the exposition. So.
Good morning. Yes, in the engraving, is there written palchi per la musica, but we have no other information about it. We also know that on the wood screen, we had in the 16th century an organ who was rebuilt in 1528 and replaced another old one, and both were on the balustrade of the wood screen. And the master was Vincenzo Colombi. These are the only information in musical field that I found.
Okay, if there are no other questions, we can give another applause to our online presenters. Thank you very much, and I think we have to move to the last speaker of today's session. So we'll now hear from Nuno de Mendoza Raimundo. He is a researcher in historical musicology at the Center for Research in Sociology and Aesthetics of Music at the Nova University in Lisbon. And he is also an invited lecturer at the same university. His main area of research is 15th to 17th century Iberian music, and he's currently doing a PhD on 17th century Portuguese secular music, also at the Nova University in Lisbon. He participates currently in the research project Text and Voices Lost and Found, Recovering, Reconstructing, and Recreating Musical Fragments, led by João Pedro d'Alvarenga. He is also a singer of Renaissance and Baroque music. So, Nuno, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Niels, for the invitation to be here. It's a pleasure. And my presentation today will focus on the problem of reconstructing missing voice parts in polyphonic music. especially 17th century secular repertory from Portugal. Contrary to our colleagues who work in the fields of visual arts or archaeology, us musicologists deal with a significant lack of theoretical discourse and consolidated doctrines on the restoration of fragmentary music. Indeed, in music, this process has traditionally been done rather intuitively, based chiefly on the musicologist's knowledge and experience and expertise with the repertory. Such a process, however, carries potential biases and presents a higher risk of producing stylistic incongruities. Recently, there has been an effort in academia to address this issue, with attempts at developing clearer and more systematic methodological frameworks to approach the process of voice part reconstruction. Mention should be made in particular of the Lost Voices project, which you probably all know, based at the Centre d'études supérieures de la Renaissance in Tours, directed by Richard Friedman and Philippe Vondrix, whose goal was the reconstruction of French mid-16th century chanson repertory. And then there still is, it's finishing this year, the Text and Voices Lost and Found research project, based at the CESEM in Lisbon, directed by João Pedro de Alvarenga, and of which I am a member. And the goal of the project was to reconstruct the missing basis part in a collection of manuscript part books, copied mid to late 16th century, containing motets by Portuguese composer Francisco de Santa Maria. The methodological framework adopted by the Lost Voices project, which was later followed in its essence by the Lost and Found project, was the following, just to remind you. So it began with a systematic analysis of complete pieces of a reference corpus, namely the identification and classification of all relevant features that characterize their techniques and style. But in order to maintain coherence, this process of analysis and classification had to be guided by a controlled, predefined, controlled vocabulary of specific predefined categories of counterpoint structures, such as cadences, textures, etc. This controlled vocabulary was set beforehand and guided the analysis process. And then the outputs of this process were then indexed according to their categories, resulting in a construction of a thesaurus, a lexicon, or a catalog, if you want, of polyphonic patterns containing hundreds of examples for each category. And then this catalog would provide models, examples for the reconstruction of missing passages in analogous or identical contexts identified in the incomplete piece. So the Lost and Found project attempted to basically follow the same methodological approach, but attempted to streamline these processes further by digitizing the analytical data. So the catalog was entirely encoded with MEI to digitally store musical information and all the analytical observations, which allows one to swiftly browse through them. So the database, how do I do this now? Exit presentation, please. Sorry. Yes. I want to show you the website. It's up and running. It still is being fed with data, but it's already functional. So you have all the analytical observations. You can filter them. So, for example, if you want to search for imitative duos subsumed, it will show you all the instances of those types of imitative duos and automatically send you to the relevant part of the score. So, as I said, it's still being completed. We only have 2 reconstructions for now, but this is being updated. So here you can also select the reconstruction, and then it automatically shows the proposal and we are hoping to have proposals from different members of the team, just like in the Lost Voices project. And thanks to MEI encoding, this will automatically appear like this. Parallel to this project, I have also been working on my doctoral thesis on 17th century secular polyphony. As part of this work, I also had to deal with incomplete music. In fact, one of the main sources of this repertory is incomplete, and it was necessary to reconstruct one of the voice parts in its entirety. Now, the methodology I described above, the Lost Voices and the Lost and Found projects methodology, they were developed for 16th century repertory. But the 17th century secular repertory I was dealing with differs structurally from 16th century repertory in general. The differences are not merely stylistic, but structural, namely with a much greater preponderance of homophonic textures, a freer treatment of dissonance, an increasing dependency on a bass line and harmonic contour closer to modern tonality. And taking all this into account, it is evident that the catalogs or thesauruses of the aforementioned projects would not be of much use for my task. Thus, in collaboration with a colleague of mine from the University of Coimbra, Ana Souza, we have developed a complementary methodology which not only allows us to take into account the specificities of this repertory, but go even further in abstracting the data, namely by not relying on particular examples of musical passages like the cited catalogs, but a collection of more abstract, easily manageable text and number-based data. Specifically, we wanted to build a database that would allow us to search for and identify chord sequences in a corpus of stylistically similar pieces. So by detecting and identifying identical sequences between the missing piece and the pieces in the corpus, it would be theoretically possible to base the process of reconstructing the missing voice on identical sequences in other pieces, ensuring a stylistically faithful reconstruction. So I will now describe the process of building this database and how it can be used as a tool for the reconstruction of missing voice parts. Just a quick context. So the pieces we wished to reconstruct are the songs from the manuscript entitled Miscelânea de Tonos, so miscellanea of secular songs, datable from the second half of the 17th century. So it's a Portuguese manuscript. It is a set of 4-part books where the altus part book is missing, so the third voice, containing 77 songs. And so, first of all, it was necessary to select a reference corpus. This manuscript has some concordances with other Portuguese music manuscripts, of which, unfortunately, only this one is complete. So it only has 2 concordances, but is the only complete one. So this is the one we are going to select as our reference corpus. It is from the first half of the 17th century with 72 songs. So we had to, of course, transcribe all these songs and then analyze them to put the data in the database. So our method of analysis is quite simple. You just assign scale degrees to the lower voice, to which vertical intervals are then associated like a figured bass. So for each beat, you assigned the degree of the bass line, and then you insert the intervals of the voices above. So it's quite simple method of analysis. And then, of course, in order to deal with the simplest numbers, we reduce the octaves to unison and etc. So having recorded the chord sequences of all the pieces this way, this data was then compiled in a database in the form of a table, where the degrees were entered in one column and the figures in another. so I can show you the actual file. So, for example, I have the columns that identify the piece with the incipit, the source. Here I have some columns with the tonality of the piece, so re or ut or mi. The section, so each piece has two sections normally. This identifies the section. The type of measure, so duple meter or triple meter. And here, these are the columns where I put the information of the baseline, and then the figures. These are the figures as they appear in the original, so we can quickly see how each voices move. And these are the simplified ones without unisons, without octaves, so to facilitate the search process. So this, with all the pieces transcribed and analyzed, this has like more than 17,000 chords in sequence. But no matter how many thousands of chords it may contain, it would only be practical if we could search for sequences of chords. And at this point, it was necessary to tackle a technical challenge, how to implement a chord sequence search function in a simple table, because both myself and my colleague, we are both laymen in programming, and we weren't exactly, we were working on this parallel to the project, so we didn't have access to the resources of programmers. So we just attempted to make this work with a simple Excel file. Also because if we can make this work, each one of us can. So it will make it accessible to everyone with access to Microsoft Excel or another spreadsheet processing software. So by means of quite complex formulas that I cannot even remember how we reached there, I was able to implement this crude but working search engine, where I can just search for a sequence of chords. So if I want, for example, 7 degrees in the bass, then followed by 2 first degrees, then maybe 2/5, and then I want this one to have a 7th, and this one to have a 5th, and then this one to have like a suspension. I search like this, and then I just have to look for matches. So there's a match there, and it tells me which pieces will have this sequence of chords. And so I can use this then to reconstruct a similar sequence of chords in my incomplete song. So I would like now to show you how a test of the method. So how did we test the method? We just took pieces from the reference corpus. We took out the third voice, and then attempted to reconstruct the third voice with the method, and then compare with the original. So first we divide so this is one of those pieces from the reference corpus. We took out the third voice. So how does the reconstruction process work? We divide the piece in smaller sections, according to the lines of text, which normally correspond to cadences. So we will tackle this section by section. So for example, in the first section, we have this chord sequence, and then, like a Sudoku game, we have these numbers missing. And so we start from the cadence backwards. So we have, usually the rule is that the cadence ends in a perfect chord. So we can start here and then work backwards. So the first sequence to search would be this one. just to avoid going back and forth from the presentation to the table, I'll just show you in the here what the process was. So no match is found for this sequence. So what we will have to do is to shorten the sequence until we find a match. And if we shorten it to 4 chords, we find 5 matches. These are the 5 matches that we find. Okay. So, for example, for these 2 7th-degree chords, we actually see that all the matches show us a suspension of 4/3. So, so this one is not a problem. Then for the 6th-degree chords, we have actually different solutions. But notice that the only match that shows a movement here of the second voice is this one. So this will probably be the one that we want for our reconstruction. And so if we actually look at the context of this match, we also see that the cadence ends in the 3rd degree. So so it also matches the harmonic progression that we are looking for. So we take this as the reference for our reconstruction. And we proceed the same way for the other bars missing. So try to search the whole thing. No match is found. We reduce until we find a match. 1 match found in this case. We'll just take these figures and apply them there, which corresponds to that. And then, lastly, for this, we have 17 matches. So we applied a filter to filter by duple meter, so that it corresponded a little bit more closely to what we wanted. And in duple meter, we have 2 pieces. They all show like perfect root position chords. So this is what we apply there. And our first section is reconstructed. If we do the same thing for the other sections. This time we actually find 1 match for the whole sequence of 9 chords. So we apply that one, etc. Now I would like to jump to this section, because this poses a problem, because it has a point of imitation. So we first work backwards this homophonic part, and then we have a problem, a challenge when we reach the point of imitation. Because here we reach a point where the table is no longer as useful as in homophonic textures, since it cannot indicate where the point of imitation begins, of course. So from here, the task has to be taken over by a critical analysis of the score, and in particular of the behavior of the imitation subject. So as we can see, the subject actually has 2 variants, one with this jump, this 4th jump, and the other one with this 2nd. And so we can see, well, first of all, if we use the table, we can see that this will probably be root position chords, but it's the most useful that the table can be at this time. So then we just have to use our musical and aesthetic sensitivity to decide where the point of imitation begins. We actually have 3 options. These 2 options use the jump at the start, so parallel to the superior 1, or parallel to the tenor, or parallel to the tenor but with the 2nd. Sorry? It's whatever. Yeah, isn't it? Yeah, I also thought so. And then with 3, we have like nice symmetry. So 2 themes start with a jump, and the other 2 start with the second. So we apply the third option. And yeah, so this is the way that we try to reconstruct this piece. Then we can compare it, the original, with the reconstruction, and analyze the discrepancies to see what they tell us. So the first discrepancy we see here is that the original is more ornamented, but in terms of sonority, in terms of harmony, nothing has fundamentally changed. The rest, it corresponds exactly to the original. Then here, the table told us to do this very typical cadential movement, but in fact the original had a repetition of the theme here in parallel with the superiors, so it doesn't. It is stylistically in style. It is in style, but it is a bit different than the original. Then here it's just a matter of doing a suspension. The table suggested to do a suspension. The original doesn't have a suspension, but it is common to find even in different concordances this kind of difference. Like some version in one manuscript will have a suspension, and the other will not, so still in style. Here there was also 2 possibilities. I mean, the original had the altos duplicating the note of the superiors. I'm just now realizing that I don't have. So the original had this note duplicating the superiors, and in our reconstruction we actually had it duplicating the tenor. So in any case there was a duplicated note, so not much harm done. And here we suggested to repeat the text, and the original was a continuous pedal note. But otherwise, as you can see, everything matches. So it's actually, I made the calculation. It's a chord match percentage of 96.7%. Yeah. So of course, I must confess I carefully selected the example I would use. It is a honest reconstruction. But it works better because it's very homophonic. There are some other pieces that are a bit more imitative, and that makes it more difficult. In any case, so this is one of the things that the table should be improved upon. Maybe joining the 2 methodologies, the table and the other methodology, and actually have contextual information on the table. So points of imitation, cadences, and that will allow us to better realize where the chord progressions can fit in a context of a point of imitation or cadence or everything. So yeah, but actually this was I have already completed the reconstruction of all the 77 pieces of the manuscript, using this as a guideline. So as I told you, when the music gets too imitative, it becomes a bit more difficult, but it's still a useful guide to learn what chords are possible, if there are similar chord progressions, even in imitative textures in other pieces. And I would like to show you an example of one of the pieces that was reconstructed. This is a very crude recording. It was done with some friends, a bit vite fait. So excuse me for the quality, but it's just to have an idea of what a reconstructed piece of this repertory will sound. Thank you.
Thank you very much for an interesting presentation. I think we have time for questions, so I leave the microphone to Christophe.
Thank you very much for your fascinating presentation, and especially also for showing us the difficulties and challenges you're facing and the choices you are taking in the end. In comparison to the others, we are dealing now of a different period and of a different musical language. You showed us the figured bass, and actually you are the first speaker now who deals with music that is figured. Mm-hmm. If I understood well, your research project deals also with music of the 16th century. So basically that means certainly music that is not figured or basses that are not figured. Did you, what were your different challenges, I mean, between this shift between the 16th and 17th century in terms of musical style and in terms of the difficulty or challenges of reconstructing voices?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Yeah, as I said, it was mainly the main problem. So I was, as part of the team of Lost and Found, we dealt with your average mid-16th century motet repertory, very imitative, very symmetrical, very ordered, very rule-based, with dissonance very well, carefully, like Palestrina care in Palestrina style care in the treatment of dissonance. And then at the same time, for my doctoral thesis, I'm dealing with this, I don't know, it's Mannerist or even Baroque repertory where dissonance now can be freely used. You have sevenths, you have ninths, and so all the premises of the 16th century of the project that dealt with the 16th century repertory could not be applied to the newer one, and on top of that, this is a repertory that it's not very well known yet. So it is very similar to the Spanish secular song of this period. But in terms of Portuguese secular song, I mean, these are some of the first steps that are being taken in even knowing the repertory and making it available. So I was very, very conscious and very afraid of my lack of knowledge of the repertoire and of the style, and I thought I cannot use, because the Lost Voices methodology, it still presupposes that one is familiar with the counterpoint rules and everything. I was not familiar with this new Mannerist Iberian style, so I had to feel more comfortable in reconstructing the piece, and I had to come up with something that would tell me exactly what kind of sequences are natural for this style. So this was and since this music is much more homophonic than the 16th century repertory, I thought that why not use a standard. I do not show them here, but the manuscript I am reconstructing also has a basso continuo line. So, so the music itself already shows us there's an harmonic thinking going on. So why not use that to my advantage and try just an harmonic, not functional, but harmonic analysis. Like a figured bass, and yeah, I mean it works very well, as you have seen. For the homophonic parts, it works perfectly. Almost for the imitative parts, it's a bit more tricky. Maybe I can try to further improve on the table, but I don't know if I answered your question. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Interesting.
Yeah, so this is actually a bit of a follow-up and perhaps more of a suggestion than a question. When you notate a baseline in Roman numerals, of course, for many music theorists, that immediately suggests Riemannian analysis. Mm-hmm. So I may suggest looking at the convention that's currently used in partimento studies, like in Gerdingen, Peter van Toor, and this kind of scholars, who notate scale degrees with Arabic numerals in a circle. Mm. So with this, of course, we understood from your presentation that you are not performing Riemannian analysis, but for instance, when you're going to publish in a music theory journal, it will be immediately clear to the person looking at the example that these are scale degrees rather than functions.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought the sort of the homophonic sort of skin graft approach was really interesting. So although you said your piece was 97% how it should have been, actually it was 100% something that existed in the period, just in different sort of chopped up bits. But then I was wondering, where do you decide to exercise editorial intervention? Because what if perhaps a piece contains an error in your database? Do you include that error across into the reconstruction, because it's perhaps the only one that fits? And perhaps where does text come into it? Because if your text is evoking particular rhetorical thoughts, can you always skin graft it across, would be my thought.
Well, first of all, I need to say that this is not meant to be like a critical tool that I just put the quotes there and then it returns me something and I critically follow what the table suggests. It's just a guideline precisely to start the first stage of the reconstruction process, and then of course with my critical eye I have to evaluate all the things that you said.
Have you got places where you've ignored the computer?
Yeah, when I did because, and that's another problem of the table, it turns out that having 70 pieces and 70,000 chords is not too much. And so it would be necessary to feed the table with much more repertory, so that we can have a statistically significant, because at this time sometimes I get one match and that's not really statistically significant. So the ideal would be to have like a couple of matches, a dozen of matches, and then I can see what are the statistically meaningful ones, and then that way I can discard the errors or mistakes in the reference corpus. And then the text is the same thing. If I see something that is a bit weird, I mean, and then if the table suggests me something, but then I see, oh, there's morir, there's to die here in the text, maybe I can add like a different, but that's the second stage of the reconstruction process. After the suggestions, you then have to be critical, and you can't really let a machine replace you. Even if this would work perfectly, it wouldn't be like asking ChatGPT to do it, and yeah.
Thank you very much. It's very, very interesting. Two questions. First of all, when doing such an approach like this, it seems like your method does come with certain assumptions. For example, you're comparing it to cadences on a specific scale degree in a specific tonality, which is, that may be an extremely sensible way of doing it, but you may be able to get more options if you don't limit yourself quite so much. I don't know. How did you come up with those, make those particular decisions? And second of all, now that you're more familiar with this style, are you tempted just to do it yourself and to ignore the computer?
Yeah, maybe, why not? If I ever find another incomplete manuscript, I'll maybe have a take at it without the table. I mean, I'm being honest here. The table was precisely because I didn't know the style. Nobody really knew it because it's new repertory. I mean, no, if you open the most recent history of music in Portugal, which was published in '91, I think, there's like a sentence there that I really enjoy to quote, which says, there is a hiatus in the composition of secular music in the 17th century, just because we didn't knew about the sources, but I have transcribed over 200 pieces, so there was no hiatus. Maybe if I keep using the table and I keep being comfortable with the style, maybe the table is not needed anymore. I don't know. But I just felt it was necessary since no one really was familiar with this style. And yeah, there are some assumptions made because I'm not familiar with the style, but by transcribing the songs, I could observe some behaviors. It's not really tonal music yet. And the cadences are really based on the tonality of the piece. So you won't find a 7/3 cadence in a major, in a nut tonality piece, for example. So I thought that using scale degrees would be enough to serve as a reference. Yeah. So yeah, there were I wasn't familiar with this style, and still I had to make assumptions. Yeah, for the table to work.
Thank you.
I also have a question. So if I got it right, your table, and I love how you say the table as if you were saying the creature, has the 72 pieces from the complete set,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Okay, and an idea to just double your entries would be to include also the incomplete ones, the 77 incomplete ones. And you can perhaps compare, you can use less strict parameters to find matching sequences. And for example, compared to incomplete pieces, which have in common perhaps just the bass line and one of the consonances, and see what the other voices do. And well, if the soprano superiors, the first superiors does something, you can transport that an octave below and putting that in the register of the altos, or inverting voices like that. So an idea will be incrementing your creature with other 77 pieces you already have.
Yeah, that's actually a great idea. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I will do it. It would work perfectly, because sometimes the consonances are in different voices and the superiors sometimes are interchangeable. So yeah, that should work. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? If no, I think we can thank Nuno and all the participants in this morning session with an applause. And for those who are following online, I think we will see here, we'll be here at 1:30, right? Okay, so I'll see you later. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, to all the people in the room and also those participating online. It's our second day of the conference Reconstructing and Resounding Early Music, and it will be the first session of this afternoon. My name is Christoph Riedo. I'm assistant professor at the University of Fribourg and one of the co-organizers together with Niels Berendsen and Marina Toffetti. Our session today is entitled Learning from Incompleteness, and we are dealing now definitely with Baroque music, with the early Baroque period that was already a bit anticipated in our last talk by Nuno. The three participants suggested to present their talks in a row, so that's why after Chiara's presentation, we will immediately pass to the second presentation and have a discussion afterwards, because the three speakers are dealing, amongst others, with the same research project under the direction of Marina. So let me first introduce to Chiara. Chiara Comparin graduated in musicology at the University of Padua, where she obtained her PhD in musicology in March 2015. She participated in some international conferences in Warsaw, Ljubljana, Nottingham, Geneva, Padua, and Vicenza. She edited, or is an editor of the critical edition Opere Sacre e Profane of Antonio Gualtieri, and she is involved in the edition of the complete works of Giovanni Battista Riccio that will be presented this afternoon. Chiara teaches music history at the Conservatory of Brescia and collaborates with the Department of Cultural Heritage of the University of Padua as a cultore della materia. Comparin also graduated in piano, in chamber vocal and chamber vocal music. So a warm welcome to Chiara.
Thank you. Thank you. I would like also thank all the organizers for this very interesting conference. Today afternoon panel starts with the following issue. How many music collections that the repertoire is listed as incomplete are indeed totally incomplete? Numerous collections published in separate parts have survived without one or more part books. These are generally not transcribed, studied, or compared with the complete collections. They are not mentioned in music history compendiums, and nobody performs them, so they are impossible to listen to. Therefore, we are aware that our way of conceiving the music of the past is compromised not only by compositions that have not survived, but also by tools that are now incomplete. In this perspective, it becomes particularly relevant to investigate the actual state of preservation of music collection, and in particular what we do or do not find in single part books. My presentation will focus on the musical collection by Giovanni Battista Riccio, which also turned out to be very interesting from the perspective of their state of preservation. Before dwelling on Riccio's collection, I would like to make a few general remarks about the state of preservation of a sacred music collection printed in Italy from 1600 to 1630. The data I will propose shortly are the result of a research by Marina Toffetti and Gabriele Taschetti, presented in November 2020 at the annual meeting of the American Musicological Society. So, first of all, I have to thank Marina and Gabriele for making this information available on this occasion. Regarding the musical collection that come to us without one or more part books, we know that among the sacred music collection printed in Italy from 1600 to 1630, 28% are incomplete. Within these 28%, we can find many different situations regarding the state of preservation. On close observation, we can realize that not all incomplete collections are really totally incomplete. In fact, some of the incomplete collections, about 2%, could be completed by combining the parts of the first edition with those of subsequent ones. This may be possible after verification of some requirements. First of all, the subsequent edition must obviously include the composition which in the first edition are incomplete. At the second, the composition of the subsequent edition must not include substantial variants, such as structural ones or other, that make them incompatible with those included in the editio princeps. Another distinguishing feature of incomplete collections concerns the number of missing parts. According to this criterion, the incomplete collection can be divided into 3 groups. Collection where only one part book is missing, about 32%. Collection where 2 part books are missing, 17%. And a collection where the 3 or more part books are missing, about 51%. In the collection where only one part book is missing, one has to figure out what the missing part is. For example, in case it is the bass, one must also consider whether the part of the basso continuo has been preserved. In this instance, the missing bass part could partially coincide with the bass voice. Obviously, this circumstance could facilitate the reconstruction of any hypothetical bass part, thus making it possible to perform a motet that was thought to be incomplete and therefore unperformable. For example, in Richo's motets, the bass part always follows the basso continuo line. The only exception is the motet Quasi Stella Matutina, included in the first book of Divine Lodi, in which the basso continuo does not strictly follow the vocal bias, is not a basso seguente. Another relevant consideration when it is assumed that only one part book is missing is to realize what is the percentage of the surviving parts compared to the total of the printed parts. To answer this question, it is necessary to formulate hypotheses on the number of part books originally printed and what they actually held. Many of the conservation situations described so far and problems related to the state of preservation can be traced within the musical production by Giovanni Battista Riccio, one of the many organists and composers living between the end of the 16th century and the beginning of the 17th century. The information about his musical training and professional occupation is less copious, but we know that he resided in Venice alongside more prominent figures such as Giovanni Gabrieli, Claudio Monteverdi, and Alessandro Grandi. As most scholars dealing with the Venetian music of this period believe, it is reasonable to suppose that his training involved Giovanni Gabrieli. We don't know if Riccio had undertaken his musical study under the tutelage of Giovanni Gabrieli, but certainly he studied the works by Gabrieli, as demonstrated by the numerous musical borrowing found in his composition, and he no doubt came into contact with the most eminent exponents of the Venetian musical scene at the time. Regarding his professional engagement, he was active in Venice, but except from 1595 to 1600, when he was organist at San Niccolò dei Mendicoli's church, that you can see on the slide, he does not seem to have been linked to a single musical institution, at least not for long. This is demonstrated by the fact that in the title page of his 3-no collection, he never appears as an organist permanently employed at any institution. Consulting the various repertories, we know that Riccio composed 3 collections of sacred music. Il primo libro delle Divine Lodi, printed in Venice in 1612, but this was not the first printing, as we can read on the title page. Nuovamente riviste e ristampate, con l'aggiunta in questa ultima impressione di alcuni concetti armonici, spirituali, a 1, 2 e 3 voci degli stesso autore. We have no information on the first publication of Il primo libro delle Divine Lodi, which is missing to date. Il secondo libro delle Divine Lodi, in 1614, and 6 years later, il terzo libro delle Divine Lodi. Regarding the state of preservation, the repertories indicate that il primo libro delle Divine Lodi is preserved in a single copy at the Biblioteca Diocesana Monsignor Giuliano Agresti in Lucca. In the repertories, this copy results complete of all 3 part books, canto, basso, and basso continuo. But we will shortly see what the real situation is. Regarding il secondo libro delle Divine Lodi, only a single incomplete exemplar of this collection has come down to us. It is preserved at the Museo Internazionale Biblioteca della Musica in Bologna. The copy consists of 4 part books, canto, alto, basso, and partitura. So it can therefore be assumed that the missing part book is that of tenore. But we will see in a moment that the situation of the distribution of parts is more complex than expected. Il terzo libro delle Divine Lodi is preserved as an unicum at the Universitätsbibliothek Johann Christian Senckenburg in Frankfurt am Main. The exemplar is complete and consists of 5 part books, canto, alto, tenore, basso, and partitura. Let's start with il primo libro delle Divine Lodi, printed in Venice in 1612. The work is preserved in a single copy at the Diocesan Library in Lucca, and it seems to have reached us in its entirety, at least according to RISM and other repertories. However, the actual state of conservation is quite different. In fact, the only surviving copy has several readability problems due to its poor state of preservation. In addition, 4 motets are incomplete because a folio of the canto part book has been lost over the years. As already mentioned, the exemplar preserved in Lucca isn't the Editio Princeps. Il primo libro delle Divine Lodi was printed at undefined date, but certainly earlier than the 8th October 1612, the date on which the dedication of the first reprint was signed. The first edition of this collection must have contained 29 compositions for 2 voices and basso continuo, for various vocal combinations, to which another 6 compositions were added in the reprint. A concerto for solo voice and continuo, 2 for 2 voices and continuo, 1 for 3 voices and continuo, and 2 instrumental canzonas for 2 instruments, making a total of 35 compositions. Of these 35 compositions, 4 motets and a half are incomplete. 16 compositions have several musical and textual fragments that present serious problems of readability, and 14 and a half motets are complete. The date 14 and a half and 14 and a half should appear curious, but they are correct, because for the motet Indica Mi, only the last 11 bars are missing. And this is where the missing folio should have been. The 4 incomplete motets are for soprano or tenor, basso, and basso continuo, and the missing part is that of soprano. The case of the 16 composition that presents serious readability problems is really peculiar, because someone has glued strips of paper in many of the pages of the canto part books, as we can see in the photo on the slide. The aim of this operation was probably to preserve the, we hope, was to preserve the part book's binding, which was deteriorating. Luckily, consulting the copy at the library in Lucca, it was possible to realize that the fragments that were illegible from the photographic reproduction were instead readable in backlight. This made it possible to transcribe the 16 motets partially readable in their entirety. In some cases, the reading in backlight of the fragments covered by the paper strips was more difficult because someone wrote down the musical portion underneath in pen. The expectation is that the handwritten fragments will report exactly what is in the original print, but we should not take this for granted. In such cases, we must analyze the document even more carefully in order not to make reading errors. The richest collection that appears to be less well preserved is without doubt the one from 1614, il secondo libro delle Divine Lodi. The collection contains a total of 28 compositions, of which 21 are vocal and 7 instrumental. More specifically, as stated in the table of the partitura, the motets present the following scoring: 4 motets for 1 voice and basso continuo, 12 motets for 2 voices and basso continuo, 2 motets for 3 voices and continuo, and 3 motets for 4 voices and basso continuo. Concerning the instrumental composition, 5 are for 2 instruments and basso continuo, and 2 remaining are written for 4 instruments and basso continuo. As we already mentioned, 4 part books have come down to us: canto, alto, basso, and partitura. So we can assume that the missing part book is that of tenore. The situation could seem simple, because if only one part book, the tenor part, is missing, one might think that all compositions with a tenor part, so 14 in this collection, are incomplete. But looking at the contents of the 3 vocal part books that have come down to us, we have a surprise. All the parts of the tenore are preserved in the surviving part books, highlighted in yellow on the slide. So we can assume that the tenore part book did not contain any part intended for this vocal register. In fact, the distribution of parts in the various part books is not always consistent, and the criterion is not immediately comprehensible, because the vocal compositions are not arranged according to the increasing number of voices. As we can see in the table on the slide, the succession of the composition seems to fulfill the need to rationalize its distribution using the booklets of canto and of the bass as the principal booklets. In fact, they are marked with the letters A and B, and they are decidedly more substantial than the other 2. Canto and basso in 24 composition, alto 9 composition, and tenor 7 composition. Now the issue is, how are the parts of the 28 motet distributed in the preserved part books? The vocal parts of the 4 motets for solo voice, regardless of the type of voice used each time, are contained in the alto part book and thus preserved. Regarding the 2-part composition, both vocal and instrumental, one can note that where there are 2 voices, irrespective of which they are, the highest voice has been placed in the canto part book and the lowest in that of the bass, as if the vocal group were divided into 2 semi-choir. This situation could explain why in the composition for 2 soprano and 2 basses, i Caspani, the second bass is contained in the alto part book, while the second soprano was presumably written in the tenor part book. Looking at the contents of the alto part book and what was supposed to be the contents of the tenor part book, it seems that they have been swapped. For this reason, some parts that were supposedly lost because they were reasonably expected to have been printed in the tenor part book, which is missing, have in reality been preserved, since they were instead included in another part book. It is the case of the parts of tenore of the Missa, for basso and tenore, that are written in the canto part books, and not in that of tenore. We observed the same situation for 3 motets for 2 tenors and basso continuo. The 2 parts of tenore are given in canto and basso part books, and thus preserved. On the contrary, if they had been printed in the part book of the tenore, they would be lost today. In essence, we can observe that the part book called tenore did not contain any part devoted to tenor. In fact, also the parts called tenore of the motets for 4 voices are inserted in the alto part book, and for this reason preserved. Consequently, we can assume that the tenor part book contained the lowest female voice line of the motets for 3 and 4 voices, which is therefore lost, as we can see in the examples on the slide, ego sum panis vivus. Looking at the tangled distribution of the parts in the different part books of the Secondo Libro delle Divine Lodi, only 7 compositions out of 28 are incomplete, as they are lacking 1 part. Therefore, it is not the entire collection that is incomplete, but only a quarter of the motets included in it are lacking a part. Consequently, the remaining 21 complete compositions can be transcribed, studied, and performed, as we will listen to at the end of this section, which did not happen for a long time because they were thought to be incomplete. Regarding the last collection by Riccio, the state of preservation seems to be evidently better than the first and second collection. Consulting the various repertories, il Terzo Libro delle Divine Lodi have come down to us in its entirety. In fact, the 5-part books preserved all the parts of the 51 compositions included in the collection. 38 of these are vocal composition, 12 are instrumental, and 2 are for voices and instruments, which is a novelty in Riccio's collection. Therefore, this collection has no gaps, but also in it, the vocal compositions are not arranged according to increasing number of voices, as we can see in the table of all part books. An exception is the altus part books, because it only contains one part of the composition for 4 voices. In addition, in the part books of canto and partitura, there are some problems with page and collection numbering, which creates discrepancies between the order of the composition in single part books. In the partitura, there is also a mismatch between the table of contents and what is actually inside the part book. Reading the index of the partitura that contain all the composition of the collection, one can assume that the third book of Divine Lodi includes 49 compositions. But the composition actually included in the part book called partitura are 51, because 2 compositions, Canzone Lagrimaneta and Domine in tua misericordia, are not mentioned in the index. The musical collection printed by Giovanni Battista Riccio are an example of the importance of personally verifying the state of preservation of each exemplar. In fact, checking within each of the Giovanni Battista Riccio collection, only about 10% of his entire production, 12 motets out of 114, can be considered incomplete because one part is missing. This consideration can be extended to many other collections that are considered to be totally incomplete when in fact they could be only minimally so. I now give the floor to Marina Toffetti and Gabriele Taschetti, who will show us what Riccio's incomplete music teaches us about problems of analysis and reconstructive solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chiara. Our next speakers are Marina Toffetti. Marina Toffetti, the co-organizer, is an associate professor of musicology at the University of Padua. She's a member of the Teachers Board of the PhD program in History, Criticism and Conservation of Cultural Heritage, and was advisory of a Marie Curie Individual Fellowship Research Project. She holds a degree cum laude in modern literature, in piano, choral conducting and composition, and a PhD in music philology. She has held seminars and masterclasses in Europe and the USA, has repeatedly been invited as a visiting professor, and regularly presents the results of her research at international conferences. She has published extensively on music philology and analysis, the history of music and musical institutions, and the reception, dissemination, and assimilation of Italian music in Europe. And together with Marina, Gabriele will also present. Gabriele Taschetti obtained a PhD in history, criticism, and conservation of cultural heritage from the University of Padua, with a focus on early 17th century sacred music. He collaborates on the complete editions of the works of Giovanni Battista Riccio and Tommaso Cecchini. His research interests include incomplete music, digital tools for musical analysis, musical patronage, contrafacta, and Giuseppe Tartini. Currently, he's a postdoctoral researcher at the University of Padua, working on the project Musicaire under the direction of Marina Toffetti. Let's welcome these 2 presenters too.
Thank you. Thank you. Before starting the paper, we would both like to thank the Haute École de Musique for the kind invitation and the chair of this session, Christophe Riedo, for his kind introduction. So, after addressing the importance of the reconstruction of missing parts in incomplete compositions and their computer-assisted analysis, this paper will focus on some specific problems posed by the reconstruction of the incomplete music of Giovanni Battista Riccio and show how digital analysis has contributed to solving them. Musicologists dealing with the reconstruction of incomplete compositions are well aware of the fact that the need to reconstruct one or more missing parts of an incomplete composition necessitates a rigorous analysis of the surviving musical fabric and of all the complete compositions of the same composers, if any. As is known, necessity sharpens the wits. So the presence of incomplete music acts in a way as a stumbling block, prompting the musicologists to subject the complete compositions and the surviving portions of the incomplete ones to a much tighter analysis than would have been the case had there not been a need to reconstruct a missing part. Sometimes limitations teach more than the lack of them. If I break my arm, only then do I understand what it was for before I broke it. The study of incomplete compositions, and in some cases the attempt to recompose the missing parts of some of them, can contribute to the understanding of the music that has come down to us complete, even music that we think we know very well. Between analysis and reconstruction, a virtuous circle is created. Analysis provides valuable insights and information for reconstruction, and the problems posed by reconstruction pose increasingly specific questions and lead the analyst to ever more subtle investigations. As a result of closer analysis, the musicologist engaged in reconstruction often finds himself having to modify his reconstruction hypothesis. Likewise, in relation to the demands of reconstruction, the analyst often finds himself having to modify and refine the parameters of his own investigation. All those who have embarked on such a task are well aware of these mechanisms, and many of them have published considerations on the subject. For all of them, it is absolutely evident how much the attempt to reconstruct a missing part contributes to the progress of musical analysis. Unfortunately, this is not so evident to those who have never attempted such an undertaking. But in my opinion, it is the responsibility of the former to make the latter understand the importance of their work. So it is our responsibility. Chiara Comparin and Claudio Baciagalupi have already explained the importance to ascertain the actual state of preservation of polyphonic music. Collections that seem incomplete often turn out to be complete, and vice versa. Apparently complete collections, upon closer examination, can reveal significant gaps in more than one composition. A project of the University of Padua called MusiCare, taking care of incomplete music, and I read the acronym also in Italiano, musiche incomplete, censimento, analisi e restituzione, deals precisely with this, to census, trace, and examine the incomplete collections of sacred music published in Italy in the 50-year period from 1590 to 1640, and verify whether there are actually incomplete compositions within each of them, to count them, to check how many they are, and which voices are missing, and in some cases to suggest a hypothesis for reconstructing the missing parts. But what is the importance of incomplete collections for the history of music? What do they teach us? Can they be useful for understanding the style and technique of an author or of an era? And is it possible to perform them? In principle, the answer to these questions is yes. Studying incomplete compositions helps to achieve a better understanding of complete ones as well. And the chance to hear music that has been forgotten for centuries helps to develop a more realistic view of the history of music from the past. However, it is necessary to understand how to approach incomplete music in order for it to be useful. To understand these mechanisms, we conducted an experiment using Giovanni Battista Ricci's music as a sample and subjected it to different types of investigation. Since 13 of Ricci's 119 compositions have been preserved incomplete and the remaining ones complete, the case of Ricci's music has proved to be paradigmatic, and the project aimed at publishing Ricci's complete works showed how critical edition, analysis, reconstruction, and performance represent closely interconnected and complementary aspects of research. In fact, musical analysis is not feasible in the absence of a critically reconstructed musical text, which is why the edition somehow comes first. You have a copy here at the Haute École de Musique. On the other hand, the analysis, which can also become the object of pedagogical actions, as in the case of the International Spring School we organized at the Conservatory of Vicenza in 2021, is at the service of the reconstruction of the missing part. Well, reconstruction, in turn, makes performance possible. Without reconstruction, there will be no performance at all.
The reconstruction of the missing part in Giovanni Battista Riccio's incomplete compositions was supported by an analysis of the composer's entire body of work, conducted partially in a traditional manner and partly with the help of some digital tools. The first step to use digital tools was to prepare machine-readable scores of all known works by Riccio. And working on the Opera Omnia provided the perfect opportunity to do just that. Our data consists of digital scores in Music XML format of all known pieces by this composer, a total of 119 files. Out of these, 106, almost 90%, are of complete compositions, while the remaining are incomplete. To analyze the data, we primarily used two Python libraries. The main one was Cream Intervals from Richard Friedman's Cream project, a library specifically designed for the analysis of Renaissance polyphony of the 16th century, but also very valuable for studying early 17th century motets and instrumental music with basso continuo, with very few adaptations. We also used Beautiful Soup, another Python library that helped us extract data from our XML files. One of the initial steps in the reconstruction process is determining the range of the missing part to be reconstructed. This can be quite challenging sometimes, but with access to over 100 complete pieces by Riccio, we had a solid basis for understanding his approach to the use of vocal and of voices and instruments. So with Beautiful Soup, we extracted several key details from our dataset: the scoring, which indicates the voices or instruments involved in each piece, elements that define the tonal space, such as flats or the finales, and crucially, the range of each individual part. In the case of Riccio's first book, for example, all 5 incomplete motets are lacking the soprano part, and by applying filters, we observed that all Riccio's soprano parts move between C4 and F5, with F5 occurring only once, so basically C4 to E5, let's say. And we also applied filters based on tonal characteristics, which is particularly useful when reconstructing motets with specific tonal profiles. And these additional assessments do not significantly alter the overall C4 to F or E5 range, but they do highlight that the extreme notes are seldom used and that the composer predominantly keeps to a more central range. An additional element, which in some respects can be considered preliminary, is hypothesizing when the reconstructed voice should sing and when it should remain silent. In this repertoire, a particularly valuable indicator is the basso continuo, which in Riccio's works generally behaves as a basso seguente following the contour of the lowest sounding voice at any given moment and the overall rhythmic structure of the polyphonic texture. We tried to establish some guidelines, such as how to proceed when there is a rest in the basso continuo. With the help of Cream intervals, we analyzed all the rests in the basso continuo, and in almost every instance, these coincide with a general pause of various lengths and types. And when a similar situation occurs in the surviving parts of an incomplete motet, it is highly unlikely that the missing part will not also follow the pausa generalis. If the voice had been active at that point, there would have been a note in the basso continuo. However, there are a few exceptions where the basso continuo pauses while another voice remains active. And these situations all relate to the same scenario when an imitative, in the correspondence of an imitative episode, where the basso continuo follows one of the voices and replicates its rests, each time consisting only of 8 note rests. And also there is a unique solution, a unique situation in all Ricciot's output. In the dramatic motet Verbum caro factum est from the 3rd book, where we encounter the only unaccompanied vocal solo in all of Ricciot's production. And you can see also that the former owner of the Frankfurt copy was evidently unprepared for this and added some notes in the empty portion of the stave.
He disagreed.
So, in general, rests in the basso continuo almost always indicate a general pause, except in some specific kind of imitative episodes that are well recognizable. The second point we addressed was, is there always at least one voice active when the basso continuo is playing, or does the basso continuo sometimes play alone? Using the same tool, we determine that the basso continuo plays alone only in 2 scenarios. In most cases, it consists of a single note serving as a junction between episodes or phrases, sometimes completing a cadence left unfinished by the voices. And the second scenario is when we have brief solos by the continuo, but this occurs only in solo voice motets, which is not the case with our incomplete pieces, or in long solo sections in dialogue motets, which is also not the case. So with these findings, we established at least a couple of texture-related guidelines to follow in our reconstruction. We used another tool from the Cream Intervals toolkit called Sonority to analyze the final chords in all of Ricciot's compositions. Focusing on pieces for 2 voices and basso continuo, excluding instrumental works for a moment, we discovered 2 clear favorites for how these motets typically end. One combines the finalis with doublings at the octave or unison, and the third, while the other features just the finalis with doublings. Complete triads or combinations of the final and the fifth are way less frequent. However, the 2 most common endings occur so frequently and so close in number that neither provided a clear preference for our reconstruction. Perhaps the most useful tool for our project was the melodic search. Cream Intervals translates individual voices or parts into an ordered series of melodic intervals. A sequence of intervals of length n is referred to as a melodic engram, which serves as a numeric representation of a melodic profile independent of pitch. You can see here, for example, minus M2, which is minus major second, descending major second, and so on. So you have this melodic profile that can be found even with transpositions. We used this function to determine whether motifs from the incomplete pieces were employed elsewhere in the corpus, allowing us to establish connections with other works and draw elements for our reconstruction. And as I show you now, you can search for the melodic profile, and the machine gives you a table of the results as well as the music example in music notation. So it's pretty convenient.
Yes, absolutely. So, to show how the analysis of the complete compositions has proved useful for reconstructing the incomplete ones, I would like to start drawing your attention to the presence of a high rate of internal intertextuality in Richer's compositions. To begin with, in Richer's corpus, we found some cases of parallel intonation, different motets with the same text. In the presence of the same text, the composer, of course, could have adopted the same or at least similar harmonic or melodic ideas. Among Richer's incomplete motets, there is one, Congratulamini mihi, for two voices and basso continuo from the first book, based on a text set to music also in a four-voice motet of the third book. Several analogies have been identified between the two motets on the same text, starting from the opening episode in triple time of the two-voice incomplete motet of the first book, which, as you can see, corresponds exactly to an internal episode of the four-voice motet of the third book. In the first motet, it is in a preeminent position. Yes. So episodes based on the same text with the corresponding motif are found also within a composition. See, for example, the episode Genui Deum et Hominem of the same motet, where the four-voice version of the third book is an expansion of the two-voice version of the first book, sharing the same motifs and the same rhythm as the previous, but adding two voices and doubling the note values. If it may seem obvious to find correspondences within motets on the same text, it may seem less immediate to find corresponding passages in motets based on different texts. This circumstance, however, is far from uncommon in Richer's music. The composer, in fact, frequently takes the same passages and reproposes them identically or only slightly modified within different compositions. Sometimes we find motets that share the opening episode. See, for example, the opening episode of the incomplete motet Ascensionis Hodie. So you have practically only the bass, because the basso continuo is the same as the bass. And the complete motet O Salutaris Ostia from the first book, which share the same opening motif. The same pattern is also present within the motet Vulnerasti Cor Meum in the same collection. Well, the reconstruction of the missing part in the incomplete motet Ascensionis Hodie has therefore taken into account the solutions adopted by Richer himself at the beginning or within two other motets of the same collection. And this is the result of the reconstruction. Another problem we got was that of understanding how to reconstruct the finale of the motet Ascensionis Hodie, which is incomplete. So that is what we got from the books, surviving books. Well, that is the final cadenza. In this regard, it is useful to note that the motet shares the finale with several compositions by Richer. So huge amount of them, including the Magnificat from the second book. So, the reconstruction of the incomplete motet was based on the finale of the Magnificat from the second book. So the impression you get is that all you have to do is cut and paste. It is not always so, but sometimes it is. Well, corresponding passages in different motets can also be found within the compositions. In this case, however, they are less evident. See, for example, the episode based on the words qui pro nobis in the motet Surrexit Dominus in the first book. Well, this one corresponds exactly to the internal episode of the Canzone a Duo for basso e soprano from the second book, which you can see here. Well, the use of... Oh, sorry. And that is the result of cutting and pasting. Well, the use of the machine makes it much quicker and easier to find corresponding melodic strings and motifs within the entire corpus of Ricci's compositions. And in case you would like to do this, of course, even in larger corpora, that's what we are starting to do. That's your...
Okay. Cream intervals employs a harmonic engram system to describe two-voice counterpoint modules. For those of you who are not familiar with this system, a harmonic engram provides a numeric representation of a two-part counterpoint module, indicating the vertical intervals that occur between the two voices at each note change, as well as the horizontal path taken by the lower voice between one interval and the next. For example, as you can see here, the two voices making a sixth, and then the bass going down a second, then there is an interval of 7, and the bass is held until the 7th is resolved to a sixth, and then the bass goes down again a second, and the two voices forming an octave. This counterpoint module can be represented numerically by the corresponding harmonic engram. Similar to the melodic search, we can use this tool to look for instances of one particular counterpoint module in the whole corpus, and this is something we did, but we also wondered, can we measure Ricci's style? Can we have numbers about his style? And we used the tool to make a chart of the counterpoint modules that appear most frequently in the whole corpus. And you won't probably be surprised, the most frequent, the most common module is that of a scale fragment, either ascending or descending, against a held note. This situation appears at least 204 times across fewer than 120 pieces, some of which are incomplete, and is presented in various forms, sometimes as a motive, as you can see in the example on the left, and sometimes as a diminution, as you can see on the right. Although this pattern is very frequent, it is also quite generic and may not necessarily be very helpful for our reconstruction. The second most frequent module consists of a series of descending or ascending parallel thirds, which appears in 171 instances. While this pattern is also quite common and provides some insights into Ricci's style, is not particularly revealing, although it encourages us to incorporate parallel thirds in our reconstructions. It does not offer much specific guidance. The next module is more interesting for our purposes. and consists of 2 consecutive thirds with a diminution in between. You can see, can you see the pointer? Yes. Okay, you can see C against E, and then D against F, and the diminution in between. So E, F, G, E. This is the module, basically. And this occurs 88 times. And of course, it's manifested in various forms with different note values, as you can see in the examples. But most notably, in half of these instances, it is followed by a cadenza doppia. Essentially, we have these 2 building blocks that in Ricciot's corpus are frequently combined and complement each other very well. This finding provides us with a plausible, meaning possible and very probable, solution for approaching passages where the bass ascends by a second and then has a clausula basizans. Okay. We skipped some notes. We now turn to what we refer to as the Riccio module, or in Italian, as we like to call it, the ricciata. Although it is certainly not an exclusive feature of Riccio's work, this module consists of a scalar fragment that spans a descending fourth in the lowest voice and is imitated a fifth above in another voice with overlap of the 2 instances. While it is found in various contexts and with different note values, the structure nevertheless remains fundamentally consistent, the way the 2 fragments overlap. And most importantly, this module almost always leads to a perfect cadence. Although it appears only 43 times, one gets the impression that Riccio employs it frequently, as it can be heard several times within the same composition. This module presents a plausible means of completing episodes where the bass presents this particular movement prior to a cadence. For example, yeah, like here. But there are also instances of incomplete pieces where this same module is found in the surviving parts, particularly in 3-voice compositions that are missing 1 voice. So in such cases, what should the missing voice do? We observe that in the vast majority of instances, any eventual additional voice moves in parallel thirds with the lower part of the Riccio module. So we basically reconstructed accordingly. In this example, you will hear the reconstruction of a similar passage with the missing voice played by a dulciana.
Regarding the issue of reliability of the reconstruction hypothesis, it should be noted that when the compositional technique is predominantly homorhythmic and the texture is more compact, the reconstruction of a missing part is usually much easier. After all, if a passage consists only of a succession of chords, in the absence of a voice, it is simply a matter of filling in the hole left by the missing part. However, where several solutions are possible, they may be more or less equivalent, they may all sound equally good, and it would therefore be more difficult to choose between them and establish which was the solution presumably adopted by the composer. This happens here. So this is the homorhythmic episode which sets to music the words O preziosum ergo convivium in the motet Hic est panis from the second book. And we have listened to the reconstructed version of it, of course. In the case of imitative passages, on the contrary, finding a solution can be very difficult. At that point, however, if you succeed, it will be difficult to find another correct and equally convincing one. In such cases, one reaches the reasonable certainty of having found the solution that the composer could have adopted. So. Once again, we have listened to the reconstructed version of the episode on the words Qui de cielo descendi in the motet Ego sum panis vivus from the second book of the Divine Lodi.
The use of digital tools in this context was part of a broader exchange of ideas and observation between myself, Marina, Chiara, and other colleagues. While the data produced by these tools can be pinpoint accurate, it inevitably lacks the human touch, the broader context and experience that comes from hearing this music, loving this music, and working in this field. Sometimes we only turned to these tools at the very end of the process. Other times the machine's results sparked entirely new reflections. Let me give an example of a typical exchange between humans and machines. A few months ago, we were debating possible solutions for reconstructing a particular passage where the surviving parts clearly present a soggetto that could technically be imitated by the missing voice. The question was whether to use imitation at the fifth or at the octave. After much back and forth, we picked the second option just because we felt that it aligned more closely with what we thought was Ritschl's style. On a subsequent occasion, we had the opportunity to have this music performed, and during rehearsals, we had a sort of workshop of a live workshop of reconstruction with a performance. And at some point, we all felt that this particular sixth chord progression sounded strange to us in a way. So this led us to reconsider our choice. We then decided to search for both possibilities within Ritschl's corpus, imitation at the fifth with that unprepared second, and imitation at the octave with the odd progression between sixth chords. And the machine found no parallel examples for the first solution, but identified several for the second. One case really stood out. In the motet Venite Populi, we found a similar soggetto imitated at the octave by all three voices, and when the basso and the second soprano overlap, the exact same progression of sixth chord appeared. So we were actually on the right path from the beginning. And clearly, all this exposure to Ritschl's music had helped us absorb his musical language in a way, and using the machine also allowed us to notice certain subtleties that we might, and indeed we did, we might have forgotten, but that influenced our decisions along the way. I find this interplay fascinating, the way different interactions and circular processes emerged and the role of digital tools play in it all. And let's listen just to the recompleted version.
this was my last example to illustrate how we use the machine in this project. First, to gather general information about ranges, textures, sonority, and then to identify specific parallel passages within the corpus, then to measure ritual style, so to identify the most frequent counterpoint modules, and in the last example, to validate reconstruction hypothesis against the corpus.
In conclusion, the ritual case has paradigmatically shown how careful study and computer-assisted analysis of complete compositions can help to reconstruct incomplete ones, and how, on the other hand, the very presence of incomplete compositions can provide a stimulus to a more in-depth study of the surviving complete ones. Furthermore, it has made clear how the critical edition, the analysis, the performance and the reconstruction of the missing voice are different moments of a single process aimed at deepening our knowledge of the style and compositional techniques of a composer who, until now, has been unjustly considered of little interest. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
No QR code, sorry.
Thank you very, very much to the whole trio. Please, let's welcome Chiara again. Thank you very much for this fascinating insight into your project. We have 20 minutes for a larger and a deeper discussion. I'm sure there will be some questions, so the floor, it's up to you.
Hi, thank you very much. It was a very interesting presentation. Have you considered building a table? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. If anything, this leads me to believe that I have been having too much work manually analyzing this when a computer could have done it. So I really have to learn how to use these screen tools to assist my research. Now, I was curious about the last point that you mentioned, the validating the corpus, because you actually showed us an example where your first intuition was validated by the machine. What happens when your intuition goes against what the machine... Has it ever happened during the process?
Yes,
or?
Of course.
Yeah.
Plenty of times. But, well, you know, the situation is this. We try reconstructing, then we confront our versions, and which is really surprising, in my opinion, is not differences, but, similarities. So, that's astonishing. There are passages which are self-reconstructing in a way. And there are others where a lot of dissimilarities emerge. So the struggle begins. And what happens normally is the following situation. I call Gabriele, please, can you screen me this this particular melodic pattern? Because, the point is, you look for a fragment in the whole corpus, and, you have just, in the case of the first book of the Divine Lodi, all incomplete motets are for canto and basso continuo. But basso and basso continuo are the same. So canto and basso, you don't have canto, you just have basso. So you have to find something convincing. And what you do is cut the line of the basso you have into pieces which have a sense, a musical sense, and then look for what happens elsewhere in case you find them. And that could be a suggestion. That's also a danger, of course, because who has the courage to contrast ritual? So, in a way, that's why what I did personally was reconstructing all before even knowing that the machine existed. So I tried reconstructing everything, and then we confront versions, and then we look for pieces in the whole rich corpus. And then we start discussing, because each case is a particular case. So when I said in our presentation, maybe we choose examples which could be in a way convincing for you, and so maybe you can have the impression that all you have to do is cut and paste. That's not like that, because there is no two situations which are exactly the same. And that's why, well, I hope that our presentation has not oversimplified the situation, but it was a way also to present results in a logical order, I hope. Do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think that this is also something you did with your paper this morning. And the thing is, there are some points where Riccio uses and reuses material, cadences, beginnings, endings, but what's in between? And as Marina said just seconds ago, you cannot always rely on Riccio. You cannot always force Riccio to be the same Riccio every time. So you cannot steal the idea of creativity, of Riccio being creative. So, of course, in the end, it's always up to you. And the nice thing is that in Reconstruction, it's not only up to you; it's up to everybody. So, one hypothesis is just one hypothesis that can be more convincing, that can find more consensus than another, and that can also contrast Riccio, but in a way being convincing, or more simply, you don't find parallels in Riccio's production, so that was a unique motet for some reason.
I have to add something. Here is the critical edition of the first book of the Divine Lodi, edited by Chiara Comparin, and with the reconstruction of the missing voice by me, and with an essay by Gabriele Taschetti on the digital analysis of the corpus. And you can find an editable digital version of the score of the incomplete motets, or the partially incomplete only motet, is available online at the website at the Musica Jagellonica. So in case you're really fond of reconstruction, you can, please do, you can try and propose your own reconstruction. So you have the XML files available so that, debate can be really possible.
Yeah, so I had something to tie in with that, because what I find very fascinating about your work, especially on the reconstruction of the first book, is that it actually, in many cases, there's only one surviving part.
Yes.
Now, we have had some debates about reconstructibility, for instance, where I recall it was Irving Gott said that that was just not possible. And the project I did around the incomplete ballate of Cicogna, of course, we're talking about a completely different style, but it faces the same problem. There is only one surviving part. And what I'm very encouraged by is that actually when you do have more data than I could ever have, you can find these recurrences, this kind of formulaic composition, which also ties into the notion that composition in the Middle Ages, the Renaissance, the early modern period, was often a formulaic art related to mnemonics, etc., which allowed people to produce music, but also texts in a very quick way. So that I found very fascinating, as well as the way as to involve computers in a different sense than dictating or making the reconstruction for you, but to use them as a kind of sparring partner in suggesting solutions. Maybe you could comment on that shortly. What would be, for instance, a difference between a reconstruction made entirely by an AI or the process that you are using currently?
Just very briefly, this is, of course, much different from AI. To simplify a lot, we're just using the machine to browse the corpus, and then we choose. So this is a very short question to the short answer to a very complicated question. I hope it's enough.
Well, I have something to add concerning the scoring. Yes, in this case, all incomplete compositions are for canto and basso. So it was the first time, as far as I am concerned, well, maybe the second, but well, the first time I extensively proposed a solution for a two-voice compositions lacking one voice, because before this my nickname was Cantus Secundista, because I was used to reconstruct the second cantus of compositions for two cantos and basso and basso continuo, which is much easier if you want, because the two canto lines are always flirting with one another. And so you have plenty of hints inside the other vocal part in the same range. And here I thought at the beginning that it could be more difficult because, of course, that's not opera. But in a way, I thought that there could be the danger of the reconstruction could require more aesthetic or lyrical or how to say expertise. But it is not like that, because we have plenty of compositions of the same scoring in the same book. So you have plenty of examples you can analyze deeply. And not only in this book, but also in the other of Riccio. And so if you have a lot of models, you feel at ease, a little bit more at ease, even if the task is so dreadful. So.
Thank you very much. Other comments, questions? Yeah. Otherwise, I would also have some, but you're welcome. No, go on.
Thank you very much to all three of you. Very, very interesting. And this is following along. You've already more or less answered this question, but I'll ask it anyway. I really appreciate your final, Gabriele, your final discussion about interactions between humans and machines. What seems to be one of the obvious limitations, at least in the way that you were using the machine, is that it gives you answers to very local questions, but not to overarching questions. So when do you think we just need a composer to do this instead of just getting lots of things and pasting them together? I mean, again, you've already answered this, in that you do compose it, and then try to improve your solutions on the basis of what the machine tells you. But I don't know if you have any more comments on that.
Well, I think we all see it coming in a way that it also depends on the data. We are talking now about small data. This is called small data, which is not medium data, and it's not big data. So we'll have to reach the big data amount of stuff, and then you can build some learning machine or machine learning thing. But yes, in a sense, we are already using the machine to get suggestion, but as the machine browses for us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. That would also, my question would also go in this direction, because we have seen it already with Nuno's data sets and yours now, that actually you might have the capability to catch or to catch the musical language of Riccio too, no? And not only just to fill the gaps, but to get an insight into the way of composing the musical language. And did you think also, probably after your editions, to write an article on that and to go deeper into this side? It would go into the direction of how to compose secular music in Portugal in the beginning of the 17th century, or Riccio in Venice in the early 17th century? Or is that out of your focus right now?
No, hopefully we will do this, but we have also another task to fulfill before, which is that of the critical edition of the third book of the Divine Lodi, which is a huge collection. So first we need to have this book edited, and then we will be able maybe to have a general look on the whole production. We choose to start by Riccio because there were only 3 books, and so hopefully we will succeed in finishing the opera omnia. So,
if I can add just one thing, which was implicit, but much of this digital work is highly indebted to what Richard Friedman has done, and we basically used his tools. And another point that you touched is that in this regard, in studying compositional practice, we have Busseberger, we have the Cinquecento stuff like Jeannin, Rameau, and Peter Schubert, and then we have the Partimento, and we have to feel what's in between in those fields. So there is a very recent article by Peter Schubert about Monteverdi, 5th book of madrigals. I think it's 2024 or 2023. And he talks about those building blocks in Monteverdi. So there's something nice going on also in this repertoire for this type of study.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's why I was also only speaking about Riccio's musical language and not, it can immediately become a bigger project. Thank you very much again to the trio. That's fantastic. And we will have the chance to listen to your reconstructions after the coffee break. But first, we have, as Gabriele said already, Richard Friedman among us. I mean, among us, he's among us remotely. That's again the edition, the Riccio edition. So, as the next speaker and the last speaker of this session, let's welcome Richard Friedman. Richard Friedman is a professor of music and John C. Whitehead Professor of Humanities at Haverford College. Widely published on the musical cultures of the Renaissance, he has been a leader in digital scholarship through work with the AMS, the Renaissance Society of America, and RILM. His digital projects were developed in partnership with the Centre d'études supérieures de la musique, de la Renaissance in Tours, and supported by the NEH, the Mellon Foundation, the ACLS, and Le Studium, the Loire Valley Institute for Advanced Study. Please, let's welcome Richard Friedman. Thank you.
Thank you, friends. Are you able to hear me? Someone can confirm. Yes? Good. I'm sorry that I can't join you. I'm, I suppose, 6 hours behind you, so you'll tell me how the day is going. I'm in the northeast of the US. I teach at Haverford College, as was mentioned, which is just outside Philadelphia. And I've been fortunate to collaborate with a number of folks, including several in the room with you there in Geneva, and of course with Marina and Gabriele. And it's been wonderful to get to know them and to have a series of enduring and ongoing conversations about these problems. Indeed, during my paper today, I think we'll hear many echoes of the situations that they each faced. And I think we'll also address some of the questions that came up in the conversation about this interest to put the distant view and the up-close view, the macro view and the micro view into conversation with each other. I don't know that I can solve the AI issues, but we could talk a little bit about those too. So let me share my screen, and we will hope that everything goes well here. Let's do this. I think this is what we said. And we need to share the sound. And then I need to present. And just 1 second here. Almost. You're able to see my screen, are you? Yes?
Everything's fine, thank you. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay. For those, I'm juggling many small things here, so we'll see what happens. For those who would like to review these slides later, you can see the link on the presentation here, which you could copy down or take a picture. I could put it in the chat or send it to the organizers later. We'll hope that some of the musical examples that I'd like to play are playable through the slides. If they're not, they're very brief examples, and you could go back and review those later on. The Lost Voices project grew from a plan to publish modern editions of some 400 chansons printed by Nicolas Duchemin in Paris during the years around 1550. We soon confronted a familiar problem, missing part books. Turning absence into opportunity, we built digital tools to make reconstructing these lost voices both meaningful and sustainable, including databases, analytic vocabularies, and digital editions that would distinguish our solutions from the original. Later, we branched out to study borrowing and similarity in the Missa ad imitationem tradition of the 16th century. The CRIM project, and you've heard a little bit about one of the tools that's come from this, involves an international team of early music specialists and data scientists who created tools that help us see both the small details and the big picture. And you can see some of those big picture images right here on the first slide. Big picture of musical style, both are crucial to the work of reconstruction. The time is right, however, to look back over the last decade of work, tracing where we've been and where we might be in the years ahead. First section, an end is my beginning. I'd like to begin at the end, or at least by thinking about a series of incomplete endings. They come to us from the pen of a now forgotten composer by the name of Michel de Menehou, who worked at the church of Saint-Maur-de-Fosse, a small but ancient institution only a few miles from the center of Paris and the Latin Quarter where Duchemin's shop once stood. More about him in a few minutes. But first, let's look closely at some cadential passages from 3 of his pieces and how we might think about filling in the missing parts. Each almost certainly comes to rest on C as its final tone, and each takes its place in the middle of a chanson centered on F with the mollis or flat system as the background. Let's have a quick look at each of the passages as they survive and at some of the solutions that our reconstructors proposed. By the way, these pieces are all from a set of 16 part books, and the identifiers that we use here, you can see DC, which is for Duchemin. 14 means it's from the 14th book, and the second 14 means it's the 14th piece in this. The first 11 books survive complete, and then books 12 through 16, we only have the soprano and the tenor parts, which is what you see at the top of the page. Well, to anyone familiar with such classic chansons as Tant qui vivrait, this first example seems only too obvious. The superius and tenor parts, if you look at the top of the page, flow in parallel 6, then follow a suspension formula that resolves to an octave C. Together they play the roles of cantizans and tenorizans, as scholar Bernhard Meyer famously characterized them, borrowing language about voices from writers like Nicola Vincentino. Surely the bassos and altos parts took their normative roles, as we see in the reconstruction at the bottom of the page. And let's see if this works. Did you hear that? You can put thumbs up if you did. If you didn't, we'll keep going. No, didn't.
No. Unfortunately,
okay.
No.
This is classic. Yeah. We'll just keep moving with this because it will fight with Zoom forever. This is the demonstration effect. Of course, we got this working yesterday, but it decided not to work today. So let's keep moving on. You can go back and play the slides in a few minutes, and maybe we'll have a chance to make this happen. But let's look at another example here. Again, from the same chanson. Now, much later in the piece, at measures 38 and 39, the tenor part takes on a version of the contredanse role, although apparently without a syncopated suspension. Of course, there's every reason to think that this ought to have been a cadence of some kind. It's the end of a line of text, and there's a rest in the soprano and tenor voices for the second half of measure 39 at the end of the system. But where is the tenorizans? Surely it can't be in the basses part, because if you put a D going to C in the basses part, you'd produce a dissonant fourth with a sustained G that's at the top of the score in the soprano. So the tenorizans must be in the altus part, which is the solution proposed by our reconstructors. The only solution then is whether the altus moves to C or to E at the start of measure 39. And the latter solution provides a fuller sonority rather than the hollow open fifth that would be provided if you just had a C in the altus part in the beginning of measure 39. So it seems a reasonable choice. Again, this is all from the standpoint of a human reconstructor. Here is another example. Now things begin to look a little bit familiar. This is a different piece, beginning of the composition this time, and it's more or less the same situation we just saw in the previous example, although the suspension formula is explicit in the tenor part, where it wasn't in the previous. The contredanse is in the tenor, and so the tenorizans part can only be in the altus, and once again the reconstructor decided to move up to E in service of a fuller sonority. Example 4 is from the same composition that we just saw in the previous, and now we get something altogether more obscure. Surely this cannot be a cadence to E, since there's no way to pair the movement in the soprano part with either D to E or F to E in any other part in order to come to an octave on E. The surrounding tonal context also makes this seem impossible. Perhaps, and you don't see it here, but the next sonority is a B flat after this in the following measure that doesn't appear, and that might be possible in something like Lasso's Prophete Civilarum or in one of Gesualdo's madrigals, but not in a chanson from 1558. Instead, we have to consider other alternatives, and indeed our reconstructors suggested a plausible solution, a cadence to C between altus and bassus. The voices are not the usual ones we associate with contredanse and tenorizans roles, and the tenor poised in between them, moving from F to G, seems heavy, but maybe also sweet. Perhaps the text would give us encouragement here. It says mélancolie, douleur, tristesse, et cure. And this is a typical effect in the reconstruction process. That is, when there's something strange going on, you use the text as an excuse to justify your result. We seem to be chasing each other. Our interpretation leads to a particular solution, and perhaps that's right. The music fits the text, and the text fits the music. Now, another piece, this one a different work than we've just seen, but it's another instance of what seems to be a very similar situation, putting the tenor part in between the cadential voices of the altus, which has the contredanse role, and the bassus, which has the tenorizans role. It makes contrapuntal sense, and the text again gives us a kind of encouragement. Un cœur en doux et la mienne si doux. So the idea of something divided against itself, but also this sweetness, maybe suggesting something unusual going on. Well, I'm sorry that the examples won't play. We can try in a little bit, but you know how this goes. If I attempt it, it'll take us 10 or 15 minutes to make it work, and something else will stop working. So let's just keep moving here. Now my second section is Men Who Speaks Up. The results of the sort we've just considered, of course, are provisional. Our goal, after all, was not to craft definitive reconstructions of a lost original, although in some cases we were convinced that no other solution was possible for a given passage. Instead, the aim here was to oblige ourselves to articulate how we decided a particular solution was the right one. Composition, as Igor Stravinsky famously said a century ago, is a selection among alternatives. We too decided that the explanation of our choices mattered no less than the elegance of the solution itself. In this sense, I agree completely with Paul Kolb's apt presentation of the problem as composing a reconstruction, not reconstructing a composition. The object is historical understanding, not the retrieval of a lost original. We nevertheless have some curious testimony from Menhu himself that sheds some light on the situations I've just shared. It appears in a modest treatise he wrote, and you see the title page here, the Nouvelle Instruction, that Duchemin issued in 1558, almost exactly the same time as he printed the books in which the pieces just considered were published too. This book considers all the usual basics, mensuration, mensural notation, the gamut, and enough counterpoint to allow its readers to try their hand at composing. Indeed, his account of cadences takes us to passages astonishingly similar to the ones we've just encountered and reveals a lot about the thinking behind them. So here is the passage on cadences. And I've given you the example at the left and then a translation of two different situations that are illustrated by the two sets of examples in the original, which go from the bosses part at the top of the little set of parts to the cantus part at the bottom. So you have to kind of turn them upside down in order to see what the transcriptions are over here. But first and foremost, his language explicitly describes cadences in terms of voice roles. He says in red, sometimes the tenor cadences like the superius. Meanwhile, the altus makes the movement normally found in the tenor, while the superius takes the movement of the altus, something that is really sweet and pleasant. That is, in fact, precisely the situation we encountered in our second and third examples. And in fact, the red example that you see at the bottom of this page is exactly the one that we saw in the first two chansons, the second and third examples that we considered a moment ago, where the voice roles were reversed. The tenor had the cantassons part. We declined to put the tenor in the bosses part and instead put it in the altus. And here it is, although with a resolution to C rather than E in the altus part. Similarly, he continues, and this is the blue passage, sometimes the tenor and the altus make a cadence together, the tenor a fifth above the bosses, and the altus an octave above, while the superius is a tenth above the bass. And this matches exactly the situation we found in examples 4 and 5. He calls this effect a strongly harmonious chord. And he also says if there are some dissonances along the way, which, by the way, is exactly what we hear between the tenor and the altus when they make that tritone just before the close, if there are some dissonances along the way, as we hear in those inner parts, so much the better. He says the dissonances are saved by the ensuing concord or notes. So this is astonishing, quite frankly. A remarkable testimony. I know nothing like it in the French didactic or theoretical literature of the period, and even in Menhu's contemporary Vicentino, in his L'Antica Musica of 1555, yes, we find some acknowledgement of the roles of the voices. Here are illustrations of all the cadential motions of typically found in the soprano or the alto or the tenor or the bass. He talks about these cadential motions, but he doesn't talk about their displacement particularly, and he certainly doesn't talk about the musical effects that come with them. Well, Menhu does not mention the presence of his own chanson in Duchemin's contemporaneous publications. Perhaps that would have been too immodest, but the situations that he describes correspond perfectly with the ones in our reconstructions that our reconstructors faced, and help us to see our work as a kind of historical thinking, quite apart from the correctness of the solutions per se. Well, from this micro view, I'd like to step back and think about the macro view, the big picture, a wider perspective. The alignment of Menahu's theoretical statements about cadences and the particular situations presented in these passages from his incomplete chanson is certainly striking and probably unique, as I've said. But we can hardly expect this to have been this kind of explicit confirmation. We can hardly expect to have this kind of explicit confirmation of our contrapuntal intuitions from writers of the day. Those among us who have studied hundreds of pieces might be able to select the likely from among the possible in an intuitive way, but others would be at a loss. Making all this expertise more explicit and testing it against the evidence of scores themselves was a key motivation for the Lost Voices project, in which a team of graduate students built a searchable database of 11,000 tiny, small-scale observations, annotations of exactly the kinds of patterns we've just been discussing, cadences, points of imitation, and other features encountered in the 250 complete chansons. These in turn were combined with digital editions and content management tools that allowed users to search for patterns of a particular type and then see small score excerpts on screen. And I should mention here that all of this was done about 10 years ago, and all of this is human annotation. All the machine does is help us collate the instances that people have found. So this became a thesaurus of musical types and instances and served as a reference point for our reconstructions, which developed in 3 steps. You estimated what might be there, a bit like what Marina was saying. You looked at the score and imagined what would be there. You tried your hand at reconstruction. You compared your ideas, your possibilities, by searching in the Lost Voices database for analogous situations in the remainder of the repertory, because remember, we have about 250 complete pieces and about 120 incomplete compositions, and then recomposing, deciding on specific solutions that best fit the reconstructor's emerging notion of the most likely compositional solution for the piece at hand. And what I'm showing you here is just in very abbreviated form. And if you go to the slides here, in fact, this is a link to the search tool that will take you to all the instances. But what you get back is the thing that you see on the left, a very long list of instances of the pattern. In this case, what I searched for was, are there cadences to C that use the tenor to play the cantizans and the altus to have the tenorizans? And there are dozens and dozens of them. The fact that you see on the left, you see the listing of the composition, and then you see the measures in which it appeared. The fact that you see the same measure numbers several times is because we had these pieces analyzed by more than one annotator, graduate students and scholars, so that we had a confidence factor. If 2 people found the same cadence, it was probably correct, or perhaps doubly incorrect. But in this particular case, if you go and search for cadences to see between the tenor having the cantizans part and the altus having the cantizans part, you find quite a few that look exactly like what you see on the right-hand side, which is an excerpt from a piece by Etienne de Tetre, who was, during the first several years of the Duchemin activity, was the house editor, and he was the guy who acquired the music for Duchemin, who was not a musician. And we see a cadence that's just like what we saw in our second and third example, that is altisans and cantizans, with the altus part moving up a step. And this is part of what made our reconstructors confident about their particular choice in those instances. So we can look for situations like the ones just considered. It's not possible to catalog every feature of every pattern, because that would have taken forever, nor could we be sure that individual analysts would be accurate, and they weren't. But the process was, in fact, often the product. Forcing ourselves to be explicit about what we meant by a particular feature was a useful way of understanding implicit knowledge about a style. And as I mentioned, we used a double entry system, with each piece being analyzed by 2 different participants, resulting in a kind of confidence factor when the same event appears more than once in our database. Of course, the analysts were only human, and so there are both false positives, things that are not really the pattern they pretend to be, and false negatives, patterns that we simply missed. But the results are surprisingly good if what we're after is not a catalog of every instance of a pattern, but rather a sense of how typical it might be. These were searches for cantizans, as I mentioned, in the tenor, and tenorizans in the altus, Here's another one where we look for the cantizans in the altus and the tenorizans in the bassus part. And this is just like the fourth and fifth examples. This one from the pen of Pierre Seton, who is master of the choir boys at the Sainte-Chapelle and a central figure in the Parisian style. And here we have, once again, a perfect analog for what takes place in the fourth and fifth examples that we reconstructed. This was very helpful, prepared with the evidence of 11,000 tiny observations like these, cadences, points of imitation, homorhythm, other formulas. We managed to craft about 120 reconstructions of 40 chansons, and it's worth noting that the reconstructions were not collective. We didn't agree together on what a single version might be, but rather comparative or even competitive with different versions by different students who were encouraged to explain their choices no less than assert them. And these were all assembled in digital editions, by the way, in which you can turn on and off the different reconstructions, and they have blame. So you can see in red and blue here, two different reconstructors, Jamie Apgar, at the time a PhD student at Berkeley, and Pierre Derix, a composer active at the University of Michigan and a student of Stefano Mangozzi's. And they proposed similar but distinct solutions here. And we had quite a few people involved in these. And it was a very interesting experiment to do this. So it's not, again, a definitive version, but rather something layered and collaborative. In other respects, however, we were still uninformed. In the case of the cadences, for instance, we could easily see the patterns in their local context, how they overlapped with an ensuing point of imitation, for instance, or how an unusual cadence connected with an expressive moment in the literary text. But we were unable to see the bigger picture. Paul, you were asking that question. How did this particular cadence relate to the final of the piece? How to the impetus of the system of the composition? To the impetus that is the range, and Gabriele talked about this, or the system of the composition. Is it mollis or durus? What did the distribution of cadences and subtypes look like across the corpus as a whole? And what biases might be implicit in the kinds of patterns our analysts were taught to find or capable of finding reliably? Well, those questions were not really answerable at the time. The best we could do was produce these digital editions and think about a database that could help us manage the human annotations. But a decade later, and thanks to two subsequent projects, we can begin to answer some of these questions and in turn to think about the process of reconstruction in new ways. And I'll call this the human in the machine. The first of these is CRIM, which started in 2016, a project that focuses on the so-called imitation mass, in which a composer took a pre-existing motet, chanson, or madrigal as the basis of a cyclic setting of the 5 movements of the Mass Ordinary. The process of adaptation sometimes involved simple quotation, of course, but like any good hip-hop composition, more often it puts old ideas into new contexts. Indeed, if counterpoint can be rightly called an art of combinations, then the imitation mass is the art of recombination on a truly massive scale. Old soggetti are combined to make new points of imitation, cadences are reformulated, moved, or omitted, and material from the model is compressed, extended, and otherwise transformed. To date, we have a corpus of some 50 masses and their models, so about 300 compositions, and 5,000 small-scale observations that connect patterns in the model and the derivative in very precise ways. The observational data in the CRIM project, like those in the Lost Voices project before it, were the work of human analysts. They're more nuanced than the Lost Voices observation. For instance, we can now cite scores at the note level, and the database required analysts to record all kinds of fine detail about the order of imitative entries, including voices, intervals between entries, and the kind of transformation that was worked as the passage moved from model to mass. The database is rich and revealing, but it was also extremely tedious to build. Meanwhile, during the last 3 years in particular, we've taken one of those sudden leaps familiar to those of us working in digital tools, the unexpected arrival of something that changes the pace and character of work in a profound way. Based on Mike Cuthbert's Music 21, and I saw him in the chat the other day. It's probably way too early for him to be up, but I want to call out Mike's excellent work with Music 21. That is thus a library written in the widely supported Python coding system. Crim Intervals is a pattern-finding engine for musical scores and has grown into a robust set of digital tools for the systematic study of patterns in any encoded corpus. Results are reported in something called pandas, which is Python for data analysis. And don't ask me who's in charge of naming these things, Python and pandas and beautiful soup and some of the other strange names that we have for these libraries, but they are there. And nevertheless, the point about pandas is that it is a widely used system for the exploration of tabular data, tables. So we turn the horizontal scores into tabular summaries. And we can produce Sibelius or Finale, or at least we used to be able to produce Finale scores, and then save them in Music XML or export them into something called the Music Encoding Initiative, MEI, and then import them into Crim Intervals. Each part becomes a column in a table. And from this, we can rapidly find and analyze not only basic elements like distributions of pitches or durations or melodic intervals. Here are, and Gabriele was talking about this before, here is, took about 3 minutes to produce this with Crim Intervals, the distribution of notes in each of the voice parts. There is one 5-voice chanson in the collection of Duchemin, which is why you see that 5th voice. But here you see the percentage of notes of a given pitch in each voice of the 4-voice structures for pieces, in this case, with F as their final, which is the case of the compositions we were just looking at, and different clefing combinations. So you really can see something about range in a very immediate way, turning the notes into graphical form that can help us understand something about transpositions and ranges. And we can analyze distributions of pitches, durations, melodic, harmonic intervals, but also higher level patterns, recurring soggetti, as Gabriele said, harmonic successions, contrapuntal combinations of pairs of voices. And these become key to machine-based pattern finding for things like points of imitation. So I'm getting a message that the meeting will end in 10 minutes. Is that I'm being kicked off? Are we okay?
We are still okay.
We'll keep moving.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry. So with a few lines of code and a minute or two on my laptop, for instance, I was able to learn, these become key to machine-based pattern finding for things like points of imitation and cadences on a truly massive scale. With a few lines of code and a minute or two on my laptop, for instance, I was able to learn that in the first 11 books of Duchemin's Chansons Nouvelles, for instance, there are 326,292 notes, in case you were interested. I was also able to report the distribution of pitches for each of the combination of clefs, background systems, and final notes, and create some elegant charts that I could use to compare these subsets. We also devised some algorithms that combine the methods detailed above to predict contrapuntal types normally found in Renaissance polyphony. Cadences, for instance, right, can be described systematically in terms of combinations of contrapuntal duos. And Gabriele alluded to these. Here, for instance, is how Crim Intervals sees a succession of 3 harmonic intervals, 7, 6, and 8, that we typically find in a cadence. You can see the score at the top, and then you can see at the bottom a table, and what you have to do is read down the table, in this case, the tenor and superius part, and you can see the moment at measure 29, beat 3, where the succession of 7, 6, 8 occurs. Now, it turns out that that's not enough to describe a cadence, and as Gabriele said, what you really need to do is to look at the conjunction of multiple voices, and indeed multiple pairs of voices. So here's what we've done is stitch together the harmonic succession of 7, 6, 8 with the melodic succession in the lower pair, the lower voice in each pair, held note and then down a step. And then similarly, the pairing between the soprano and the bosses. And together, when we find the box in blue in the table at the bottom and the box in red in the table at the bottom at the same time, we can be very sure that what we have is an authentic cadence with the bosses evading the motion by moving up a step. So this becomes a way to identify a particular type, to predict it. And one of the things I'll just say as a sidebar here is that dissonance treatment is so constrained in Renaissance style that in fact we don't actually need to consider the metrical position of this information. This is enough to identify a cadence because this kind of pattern never happens in any except a strong metrical position here. So in thinking contrapuntally, we can infer all of this material, and you can see what we've got here. And in fact, now we can turn to the same composition and report all of the cadences in the piece. And so here is how Krim sees the cadential structure of the very same piece. This is Josquin's Ave Maria. And the red box that you see is now its label of, and we don't need to worry about what we call these cadences. This is just a convention that we give it a name. The particular structure of the cantizans and the tenorizans, and then the lowercase b means an unusual motion in the bosses part. In this case, we can tell what the lowest pitch of the ensemble is. We can tell the lowest tone. We can tell its relationship to the final of the piece, and we know exactly where it comes and its distance from surrounding cadences as well. And all of this information can be reworked and reused to tell us a lot about how pieces are like or unlike each other. And in fact, we can return and map each result back to the score from which it derives, producing an endless series of machine annotations of these patterns for researchers to review. The results, in fact, largely confirm what our human analysts found, not surprisingly, since the algorithms that find the cadences can't really think for themselves, but only play back our own assumptions. Here, for instance, is an example from the pen of Menehu's contemporary Nicolas Legendre, who's also a royal court musician, that matches perfectly the pattern proposed by our reconstructors. So you see at the top, you have one of these tables of a given piece. It's identified an authentic cadence in which the tenor moves lowercase, means it moves in an unusual way, followed as we go down the score by the cantizans and then the bossezans. And if we click on that little blue authentic label, in fact, what we get is a rendering that you see on the right-hand side of the page with the score and the notes that the machine found highlighted for us. So this is not a human annotation, but a machine that found the cadence that humans described. And it matches perfectly. And now we have hundreds and hundreds of these that can come back to us for our review. These machine tools are no less subject to bias and error, however, than the humans who created them in the first place. After all, they don't think so much as play back our thoughts. But we can use the speed and power of such systems to process patterns at a scale that no human could match, to analyze the results, and to show complex data in comprehensible graphical form. This, in turn, allows us to view our scores at a distance. This is to answer Paul's question, no less than up close. These macro-level views can be quite revealing. Here, for instance, is a chart of the count of cadence final tones for pieces on F, just like the ones we've been considering by Menehu. So all the pieces on an F final with a flat in the system, both sets of clefs, and then you can see cadences on F are by far the greatest proportion. Cadences to C are only second to those on F, and that is not surprising. We wouldn't be surprised by this hierarchy in this particular tonality. But when we look more deeply at the C cadences, these are the ones in yellow, and look at the subtypes of cadential voice rolls within this set, we notice something very interesting, that if you look at this chart, and the chart is telling us the percentage of each of the voice roll combinations. Is it cantizans and tenorizans? Is it flipped upside down with the tenorizans over the cantizans? That's the TC pattern that you see under one of the number 4 bars. Or is it some other combination of these? The striking thing here is that the evaded tenor motion, which is the one with 10 instances, and then followed by the cantizans and bosses, itself is something like 10% of the whole, And in fact, if you look at all those little red arrows, it turns out that something like a third of the cadences to C in F mollis compositions put the tenarizans above the cantizans. And so the fact that when we looked at those Menahu cadences, there was only one of them in which the tenarizans was below the cantizans part. They were all inverted in some way. And this is, excuse me, 2 of the 5 were inverted in some way, which corresponds almost perfectly to this 1/3 rule. And so this is a way of now understanding the probable as well as the possible, and thinking at these compositions at a distance. At a still higher level, we can in fact map the successions of cadences in compositions, because we know their location. If you remember, we go back to this, we actually know this progress chart tells us a number with 0 being the beginning of the piece and 1 being the end of the piece, where in a composition each cadence appears. And so we can kind of map these almost like a Schenkergram over time. And doing this, we can map successions of cadences and produce interesting things like this, which is now at a very high level view. What this is telling us is every dot on this network is a composition. And every time 2 compositions, these are all pieces that are in F with the mollis background, every time 2 compositions share 2 cadences in a row. So a cadence to F followed by a cadence to C, and a cadence to C followed by a cadence to G, they get an edge between them. And the machine has correctly identified little constellations of compositions that share something with each other. And in fact, if you look in this little red neighborhood, you'll see 2 of the reconstructions of one of the compositions that we looked at, and it points to other pieces from the Duchemin repertory that are very much like it, because they too have the same successions of cadences. Well, I'm drawing to a conclusion now. My beginning is my end. What would Menahu have thought of any of this? Well, it's impossible to say, but I think we're getting slightly closer. He was master through all the techniques that I've just had to, we've looked at. He was master of the choir boys, as I mentioned, at Saint-Maur-des-Fosses, site of an ancient abbey, where in the 1550s, the French cardinal Joachim du Bellard built his chateau.
Hello? He's freezed. No. Yeah. Thank you very much, Richard. I hope you hear us. Yeah. Okay, probably. Yeah. Come on, until 35, no? But for one question or 2.
Okay, I'm back. See, I had an incomplete paper to go with my incomplete chanson. Okay, let me finish. I'm just at the end. That's how interesting way to end things. Here we go.
Thanks. Yeah, quickly. Yeah.
No worries. Let me go here. So I think I was just saying that Menahu was master of the choir boys at Saint-Maur-des-Fosses, the site of an ancient abbey where the French cardinal in the 1550s, Joachim du Bellard, built his chateau. And indeed, Menahu's little treatise is dedicated to the man and talks about the importance of music and the power of persuasion, and how music ought to have a language like verbal language that could keep it going, and it should be taught and learned. And if du Bellard suddenly seems familiar to us, it's with good reason, because just this summer, his lead-lined coffin was found during another reconstruction project, this one devoted to Notre-Dame de Paris. I can't say that our work is as newsworthy as this particular discovery, but I do hope that we can continue to dig up new finds along the way. And I will stop here.
Thank you so much, Richard Friedman. That was absolutely fascinating, and I would even say mind-blowing. So interesting for all what you have shown. I think there is unfortunately only time for one small question, because we need the room afterwards to tune the organ. There will be a concert. So who has one question?
Yes, thank you, Richard. So I'm afraid I also don't really have a question, but I wanted to join you also in your shout out to Mike Cuthbert, who is of course not really working on reconstruction, but whose work has been very, very important, underlying many things. So with that, I also say thank you to you. Your work has been an example and an inspiration for a lot of us. I think I can speak for the room here. And thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you. I should say that all of the tools are publicly available. There are various tutorials and training modules, and I'm happy to share this with scholars and students that you might have. It's been a very productive collaboration with Gabriele and Marina and several others. And I'll be in tour starting in January through May, so there'll be less of a time delay and the possibility perhaps of us to get together. So you should be in touch.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and have a nice day in Haverford. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, guys. Thank you.
bonjour, nous voilà au moment musical. Donc nous sommes du côté de l'exécution. Moi, je serai très bref. J'ai trouvé passionnant, en tout cas, ce que j'ai entendu cet après-midi. Et je suis assez content, en tout cas personnellement, ça confirme beaucoup de choses que je savais instinctivement.
Yes, so he is going to be brief, being a performer, and he have appreciated the discussion about Riccio before.
Et là où ça a été très transparent pour nous, pour ces reconstructions, c'était vraiment sur l'utilisation, en plus du contrepoint et des figures qui se répètent, la reconstruction de la prosodie et des effets d'accélération de certains mots qui sont très courts ou de certains mots dont le débit sera plus long, qui vont participer aussi à la rhétorique de cette musique sacrée.
And Pierre-Louis, who has kindly coached the students partly of the Haute École de Musique, but also from the Schola Cantorum Basiliensis, particularly appreciated the attention that was placed in reconstructing effects of musical rhetoric.
Et en tout cas, pour moi, c'est un immense plaisir, un honneur aussi, que de redécouvrir ces pièces qui ont été reconstruites. Moi, Riccio, c'est un compositeur que j'adore depuis des années. J'ai commencé par les canzone, qui sont aussi des exemples. Il faudrait faire un séminaire sur les canzone de Riccio. Mais en tout cas, c'est un plaisir pour nous et un honneur et de pouvoir participer de les ramener à la vie.
So it is a pleasure and an honor for Pierre-Louis to give life to these beautiful pieces. He also mentions his own extensive involvement as a performer with Riccio, for instance, in Re de Canzone. And I think that's it for Pierre-Louis, and we'll listen to the pieces. Maybe you could tell us in which order we are going to listen to the pieces.
Nous allons commencer avec Congratulamini, ensuite par Indicami, In te domine speravi, Ascensionis et Surrexit.
So, and of course, thanks to Marina for the reconstruction. After a short technical break, we'll continue at past with the next session.
Welcome everybody to this last part of our afternoon. After this moment musical, far from being an impromptu or even a nocturne, I introduce Thomas Lecomte. He is working in Versailles at the research department of the Centre de Musique Baroque de Versailles. He is there also responsible for editorial tasks, and he is especially interested in curial, not curious music, and also in music for royal dinners. Today he is dealing with Michel Richard de Lalande, who died in 1726. So we are approaching the 18th century. La parole est à vous.
Thank you very much for introducing you. We take a footstep in time. First of all, I would like to thank Marina Toffetti, Nils Berndsen, and Christophe Rideau for inviting me to this symposium, which gives me the opportunity to talk about a project that is particularly close to my heart, after having restored the inner orchestral and vocal parts of several French ballet cours, operas, and grand motets. Lalande's Symphonie pour les Soupirs du Roi undoubtedly represent the most emblematic set of orchestral music from late 17th century France. Begun in the 1680s, but formalized in 1703 and later arranged, this repertoire was intended to respond to an important moment in the royal ceremonial, the supper, which Louis XIV attended with music at 10 p.m. Initially specially intended for the Royal Orchestra of the Petit Violon, this corpus was undoubtedly inspired by the orchestral suite that subsequently flourished in Europe and represents the apogee of a tradition of violin bands in France, of its musical style and writing. As is so often the case in France, the sources only provide the extreme parts of a richer fourth-part polyphony, which underpins a particular style of writing involving many parameters, such as compositional techniques and rules, of course, but also important matters of density, contrapuntal positions, structure, rhythmic, which theoretical study alone is not enough to reconstruct. How can this court orchestra, of which this symphony represents the apogee, be made to resound in its splendor? What methods should be followed or developed to restore, in the most historically informed way, the writing and sound of this special bond? It was in the 1950s that the Symphonie pour les Soupirs du Roi in French, by Michel Richard de Lalande were popularized by several French conductors and orchestra, and above all by Jean-François Paillard, a pioneer in the rediscovery of the French musical heritage, who extracted the most original pieces from them and played and recorded them on several occasions by his chamber orchestra. Paillard made a reconstruction of the work in a fairly standard Italian-style four-part writing, two violins, a viola and bass, which he published in 1965 at Édition Costala, thus contributing to the wide success of the Symphonie pour les Soupirs du Roi. It is difficult to say how Paillard prepared and worked on his Italian-style reconstruction. It is not without interest, however, and in certain aspects it shows that he read, observed, and appropriated, to a certain extent, the French writing of the 1700 years within certain aesthetic and practicing constraints. It was Gérard Jay, former professor of historical composition at the Conservatoire National Supérieur de Musique de Lyon, and well known to some of you here, who first attempted a truly historically informed reconstruction of the music for concerts produced by the Centre de Musique Baroque de Versailles, or as part of a teaching project with some of his students. For various reasons, this project was abandoned, leaving only very few publications, unfortunately. After discussing the matter with Gérard Jay, and in agreement with him, I decided to take up the torch in a way by imaging and attempting to set up a vast participatory feedback project involving historical writing classes from conservatoire and also professional musicians. Sorry. The COVID and post-COVID period didn't allow to find the necessary momentum, nor to put in place a planned methodology. If you wish, I can talk about this in the discussion or at the round table tomorrow. Always in agreement with Gérard Jay, and on condition that I make my own proposals and redo the pieces for which he had already proposed a restitution, I therefore wanted to take up the challenge myself by attempting the complete restitution of this large corpus, at least that of the original corpus formalized by Lalande. I come back to this point. The corpus is now 70% restored. The aim is to complete this work by 2026 for the 300th anniversary of the composer's death. The bulk of what is now known by the generic title Symphonie pour les Soupes du Roi has come down to us in 3 large manuscript collections, now in the Bibliothèque Nationale de France. Just the title page and the shelf marks. But the oldest of these collections were copied in 1703 by André Daly Corfilidor, the keeper and copyist of the King's Music Library, at the request of Louis-Alexandre de Bourbon, Comte de Toulouse, son of Louis XIV and his favorite, Madame de Montespan. Copied in 4 part books, 2 part books of first and second dessus de violon et hautbois, and 2 part books for basse de violon et basson. The music is reduced to the 2 extreme voices, dessus in French, and basse unfigured, of a lost 5-part polyphony à la française, typical of court orchestrals, because there are 2, and especially that of a petit violon, for which the corpus was explicitly intended. The set comprises 160 movements and pieces divided into 10 suites, plus a concert de trompette. Nearly half of this set is made up of reuse from pre-existing divertissements composed between 1689 and 1700. It should also be noted that the ouverture of the second suite appears with the mention pour les soupers du roi l'an 1692 in a volume of symphony by various composers held by the Bibliothèque Municipale de Versailles. As for the wonderful grande pièce en G, Ré, Sol, undoubtedly the most emblematic piece in the corpus, it appeared that for the first time in 1795 in a collection intended for the musique de la chambre. If we have time, we will hear this grande pièce royale in my recitation. This collection, the first collection, therefore undoubtedly reflects the very first formalized and organized corpus intended to provide musical accompaniment to Louis XIV's suppers. Lalande himself subsequently saw to his augmentation, in particular by adding an 11th and 12th suite around 1713. Begun in 1727, the second collection was completed after 1733. It therefore dates from after Lalande's death, but undoubtedly reflects at least in part, the repertoire as it was rearranged and expanded by the composer at the end of the reign of Louis XIV, but also and above all, or at the beginning of the reign of Louis XV and the return of the court to Versailles in 1722. Copied in reduced score, dessus and basse, unfigured, it comprises some 200 movements or pieces divided into 18 suites, including all the pieces of the previous collection, as well as the movement of the 2 suites added around 1713. The new augmentation consists mainly of 100 or so pieces taken from Lalande's earlier court divertissements, such as Les Fontaines de Versailles, Adonis, L'amour fléchi par la Constance, and above all, from his last 3 ballets, all danced by the young Louis XV at the Tuileries in 1720 and 1721, L'Inconnu, Les Folies de Cardenio, and Les Éléments in collaboration with André Cardinal Destouches. Finally, there are a few pieces by other composers of the Musique du Roi, notably Jean Ferré-Rebel, a member of the 24 violons since 1705, who became compositeur de la musique de la chambre in 1726 on Lalande's death. The violinist and composer, who also provided counterparts in C1 clef for some of his brothers-in-law's pieces, is no doubt no stranger to the development of the corpus itself. Finally, the third copied live the previous collection in the form of a reduced score for dessus and basse, unfigured again. The third and final collection is much later in date, although the suite it contains were assembled in 1736. It was in fact achieved in 1745, almost 20 years after Lalande's death. Nevertheless, the corpus has not undergone any particular increase, and we find the same pieces as in the previous source, generally in the same order. The 2 posthumous collections themselves referred to 2 intermediate sources produced during Lalande's lifetime, probably after 1713. These sources have unfortunately been lost, but their contents and order are known from the valuable concordance tables in the late collection, which make it possible to follow the development of the repertoire with some precision. Finally, a few scattered pieces for the Souper du Roi, and in particular early versions, can be found in collections of instrumental music by various composers. So the first collection, the 1703, thus constitutes the earliest source of Symphonie pour les Soupers du Roi, and undoubtedly the first corpus formalized and controlled by Lalande himself. It is explicitly intended for the Troupe des Petits Violons, which at the time formed one of the great instrumental corps of the Musique du Roi, made up of the 5 violin registers, dessus, haute contre, taille, quinte, and basses. This personal orchestra of the king had been brought together around 1645 to perform the music for the ballets danced by the sovereign and to accompany his meals. From 1753 onwards, the band was placed under the direction of the young Jean-Baptiste Lully, newly appointed compositor de la musique instrumentale in the King's Chamber. Initially made up of around 10 young violinists, by 1665, the ensemble had grown to around 21, all of whom were paid from the king's personal coffers. Lully, who had meanwhile become superintendent or surintendant of the musique de la chambre, had encouraged the rise of what were also known as the violons du cabinet, who were more docile and more open to new ideas than the venerable 24 violons, who were too conservative. More than their elders, who were more attached to exceptional occasions on the most solemn celebrations, the petit violon gave a rhythm to the daily life of the court, used ordinarily and according to the l'état de la France in all the entertainments of His Majesty, such as the serenades, bal, ballet, comedy, opera, apartment receptions, and other particular concerts which are made, as well as the supper of the king, as in all the splendid feasts which are given or on water or in the gardens of the royal residences. The band of the petit violon, which had added 2 oboes and 2 bassoons in 1692 at the latest, did not survive the reign of Louis XIV. With the accession of Louis XV in 1715, the Grande Bande of the 24 violons, which had taken umbrage with its younger sister, regained its former prerogatives, in particular that of accompanying on a few solemn occasions only, New Year's Year, 1st May, Saint Louis Day, the saint patron of the king, and when the king returned to Versailles, so of accompanying the king's dinner and suppers au grand couvert, that is to say, in public, in ceremony, and according to an almost sacred ritual, which is not the place to discuss here, constituting a manifestation of the sacredness of the king by divine right. The ceremonial of the dinner with music so dear to Louis XIV became lighter under Louis XV, with the dissolution of the petit violon and the scarcity of a solemn grand couvert, now accompanied by the only official 24 violons. The musical program and practices undoubtedly changed too, with a greater emphasis on vocal music, as shown by the rearrangements and augmentation in the posthumous sources. Each of the suites of a symphony, whether in their original or posthumous form, begins with a French-style overture and comprises a series of dances or character pieces, sometimes punctuated by arrangements of vocal arias for the composer's own ballets or divertissement. These movements generally resolved around a grande pièce placed at the heart or end of the suite, which may be a chaconne, a passacaille, or a caprice. It is precisely these caprices that are certainly the most original part of a symphony. There are 3 in the entire corpus. One of them is this grand pièce we can hear at the end. These caprices, with their free structures and detached from any reference to pre-existing divertissement, show, even more than the numerous dances, the full excellence of Lalande's instrumental art, one of the main features of the solo passages called récit in French. Devoted to an obligato bassoon and alternated or accompanied by the large or smaller instrumental choir, they evoke vocal music and the word of opera, of course, but also the many récits en taille that were a feature of organ music at that time, and which Lalande, himself a trained organist, also introduced into several of his grands motets. Among the many dances, Lalande's caprice reveal perfect mastery and balance, alternating orchestral moments with more intimate passages, fast and slow movement in a complex and subtle writing and the consistent spirit influenced by the trio sonata between orchestra and chamber music. Now, let's talk about the restitution itself. As with any restoration, and as been noticed yesterday and today, a number of questions must be asked beforehand, and they were asked in the case of the Symphonie pour les Soupers du Roi. Is it necessary to restore? What should be restored? How? And in what form? Are the Symphonie pour les Soupers du Roi a specifically orchestral repertoire, or a mixed or a polymorphous repertoire? For which orchestra, etc.? As we have seen, the two orchestras were likely to play during the royal dinner, the 24 violons, the official court orchestra, and until 1715, the petit violon. The musical accompaniment of the most official grand couvert remained the prerogative of the 24 violons, the grande bande, the court's ceremonial orchestra, which existed from 1618 to 1761. This grand couvert was held at certain time of the year, as already mentioned. For more ordinary suppers under Louis XIV, the music was provided by the petit violon, or violon du cabinet, the king's private orchestra formed around 1645 and disbanded on the king's death in 1715. For the petit violon, which therefore existed for about 60 years, their repertoire essentially for court divertissement are all in the 5-part texture. For the 24 violons, which had a longer life, over 150 years, their repertoire for court divertissement, but especially royal ceremonies and solemn occasions, were in 5-part texture until around 1718, then in 4-part until their disappearing disband in 1761. These questions and choices were decisive for the restoration of the Symphonie pour les Soupers du Roi. The first question then is that of the texture. So there are two significantly different orchestral textures to choose from. The French style 5-part orchestral texture with dessus, haute, contre, taille, quinte, and basse, or the also French style, but 5-part texture without the quinte. We can add a third possibility, which was weighted in the balance when the choices were made. Indeed, while the grand version with its large orchestra was obviously orchestral, played depending on the degree of solemnity of the circumstances by the 24 violons of the petit violon, it is possible, even probable, that this music was also performed with a reduced and lighter orchestra. A number of pieces from these suppers can be found in manuscript collection for the use of the musicians of the King Chamber, sometimes copied before the formal corpus of 1703. The pieces are notated in a lighter texture, 2-part, dessus and basse, sometimes with a counterpart notated in C1 clef. This hybrid 3-part texture can be found in a fascinating corpus for the use of musicians of the King Chamber, which is comparable to the Symphonie pour les Soupers du Roi. This corpus, of which there are traces as early as the 90s, was formalized in 13, and comprises no fewer than 66 suites of excerpts from operas, ballets, and divertissements, mainly by Lully and Lalande, arranged and copied by André Danigoff-Philidor for the private concerts given in the evening before His Majesty. It is therefore not impossible that the Symphonie pour les Supplices du Roi, or at least certain pieces, may have been performed in this reduced form, depending on the circumstances. It was perhaps also in a reduced, lighter and more intimate form that, under Louis XV, and except the solemn days when supper was given au grand couvert in ceremony with the 24 violons, the music accompanying the royal meals of Louis XV resounded. Thus, while there is little doubt about the organically orchestral nature of the 1703 corpus intended for the petit violon, and this clearly indicates that despite the possibility of a lighter version, it was in this 5-part form that this symphony were most often performed. The question is reversed under the reign of Louis XV, insofar as the large orchestral version, as we have said, was only exceptional, although real and necessary, no doubt, on solemn days. In other words, while the 1703 corpus must be restored for Louis XIV and the petit violon, the question is more delicate and ambiguous for the posthumous arrangements for Louis XV. Another important point, all the overture and pieces from 1703 featuring the famous French-style imitation entries are found unchanged in later sources, with the 5 entries implying explicitly or implicitly a 5-part texture. Even more surprising, in these same late collections, the same applies to pieces added from divertissement composed before the transition from the 5-part to the 4-part texture. So how did the 24 violons play these pieces after 1718? Was it always the 5-part version composed by Lalande, a rewritten 4-part version, while keeping the 5 entries, or not? Hence the question, if there is little debate about the relevance of restoring in 5 parts the primary corpus, how should these pieces be restored if they are based on posthumous sources? Beyond the question of texture, the definition of the orchestra raises another important question for the restitution of sound as a parameter of resounding. This is the question of instrumentation according to the historical specificities of our orchestras. The band of the petit violon was essentially made up of strings, but oboes and bassoons were added around 1690. The instrumentarium, which seems to us relatively classical, but perhaps too quickly habitual, even standard, is actually organic in the 1703 corpus. Through the presence of numerous oboe trios, either in pieces alternative with the tutti or in textual nuances within the same piece, but also by the singular presence of bassoon récit in dialogue with a solo violin, or, as the case may be, with the tutti. The question of the accompanying texture of the récit is ambiguous and interesting, but this is not the place to discuss here. The so-called grand band of the 24 violons was made up of strings only, with no oboes or bassoons. The specific features of the 1703 corpus therefore raise a number of questions. If we retain the frequent oboe trios and bassoon récit, how were these played when the music of the Grand Couvert was entrusted to the 24 violons? By whom? Oboes from outside the band? Furthermore, several pieces also feature trumpets and consequently timpani. an explicit presence in the concert de trompette, but there is also more implicit or even optional presence. This is the case in the Caprice de Villers-Cotterêts, whose key of D major and significant writing with its tendency towards ringing and fanfare irresistibly calls for trumpets and timpani. In any case, it is never explicitly stated where the trumpets play, let alone what they play. For the pieces of the concert de trompette, the late sources provide a notation for the timpani, which at least makes it possible to determine the trumpet's interventions. This is not the case for the Caprice de Villers-Cotterêts, where everything concerning possible trumpets and timpani is implicit. It is also the question of defining how many trumpet parts there should be, 1, 2, or 3 with bass trumpet. So here again, knowledge of usage according to the context and the observation of the relevant models will make it possible to define, if not the unequivocal solution, at least the possible options. In addition to the fact that these parts have to be restored taking into account the specific organological characteristics of the instruments used in France at the time, the choice of whether or not to add trumpets to the overall texture obviously leads to specific writing, but also to harmonic sequences and contemporary patterns compatible with fanfare. I now move on to the actual restitution, the rewriting of the inner parts, what approach and methodology should be adopted. The first point to bear in mind is that until Lully, music for violin bands in France was composed by dancing masters or the violon, that is to say the performers themselves. The composition was shared, functional, and often empirical. Some composed the dessus and or the bass, others the inner parts, often at the last moment, recomposing or arranging them as needed. A significant change came with Lully's appointment to the Musique du Roi as compositeur de la musique instrumentale, and then as superintendent of the music of the King's Chamber. In 1761. This event marked a new dynamic in orchestral music composition. Court music, whether official or for royal entertainments, became more unified compositions in a more homogeneous style, more standardized, and also more learned. The corpus of Lalande Symphonie pour les Sophies du Roi, which must be regarded as the apogee of music for violin bands at the French court, thus crystallizes a good half-century of functional, but also, and above all for us, compositional evolution in orchestral music. This observation leads to a first methodological temptation, that of a treatise, which represents the rule, the normative ideal, with 3 types of theoretical writings: general treatises on music or specific treatises on composition by theoreticians, the règles de composition left by composers, and treatises on accompaniment for basso continuo, mostly keyboard. French treatises from the second half of the 17th century and the beginning of the 18th century are well known and well identified. It would be pointless to attempt to draw up an exhaustive list of French music treatises from the late 17th and early 18th century. Likewise, I believe it would be futile to attempt to use them all, to compare them, to list exhaustively the rules they set out and defend, and even more futile to attempt to use them all critically, exhaustively, and systematically. pragmatically speaking, I don't think we should multiply them, as the rules they theorize about are more or less the same for the second half of the 17th century. For the reconstruction of the Symphonie pour les Subits du Roi, the relevant sources seem to be the following. At least these are the ones I'm working with. For a better understanding of the theoretical rules of the early 17th century, the Traité de musique by Lavoie-Mignot is undoubtedly the most comprehensive and relevant. First published in 3 parts in 1756, reissued 3 years later. It was finally revised and augmented in 1666 with a fourth part. The chapter 8 of this fourth part, although relatively short, is entirely devoted to 5-part composition. Lavoie-Mignot does not give any musical examples, but makes several observations in the form of maxims or mottos, essentially saying that the more parts a composition has, the more one can deviate from the rules, the most difficult composition being the duet. For music dating from the late 17th and early 18th centuries, 2 treatises are more relevant. Lullier, here, Éléments ou principes de musique. The treatise is dedicated to the Duc de Chartres, the future regent of France, Philippe d'Orléans, an enlightened and fascinating prince with a passion for music and a compositor in his spare time, an art he learned with Lullier and with the great composers of the late Grand Siècle and early Enlightenment as Charpentier, Marc-Antoine Charpentier, and Nicolas Bernier, and also Charles Hubert Gervais. Another useful treatise is that of Charles Masson, Nouveau traité des règles pour la composition de la musique, par lesquelles on apprend à faire facilement un chant sur des paroles, etc. Charles Masson was maître de musique at Cathedral of Chalon-sur-Marne, then of the Jesuits in Paris, succeeding of Charpentier. I can only mention these treatises here without going into detail about the theoretical principles that they defend and contribute. This is neither the place nor the subject for today, I think, but it would provide much food for other conferences. You may wonder why not Rameau, Traité de l'harmonie. This treatise is obviously not to be overlooked, but as everyone knows, it refers to a new dynamic in harmonic thinking. So I would like to move on to another and quite similar type of theoretical writing, which I think is important and which should obviously be consulted for musical reconstruction of French works from the end of the 17th century, the Règles de composition by French composers. 2 of them, contemporaries of Lalande and the Symphonie pour les Subits du Roi, are particularly interesting and are often put to good use in my work. Règles de composition by Marc-Antoine Charpentier, excuse, and the Principe de composition by Nicolas Bernier. Here again, we don't have the time, and it's not the subject to go into the rules in detail. It should be noted, however, that all these writings deal essentially with composition, that is to say, the extreme parts, dessus and basse, and give little or any information about the inner parts. I would nevertheless highlight the particular example of Bernier, who devotes a large part of his work to 3-part composition with numerous examples. For the 7th and 9th, for example, the richest chords, Bernier gives examples with 4 and 5 parts, indicating in passing that the more parts you use in a composition, the less austere the ruse. A third type of theoretical writing, more related to practice, seems to me, from experience, to be more relevant than composition treatises. These are the treatises pour l'accompagnement, that is to say, for continuous playing, which are treatises linked to practice. For the restoration task, one in particular seems relevant, is the Nouveau traité de l'accompagnement du clavecin, etc., by Saint-Lambert. This is a particularly interesting treatise which gives practical examples of 4 and 5 parts continual realization. By nature, Saint-Lambert was particularly interested in internal motions, and so must be useful to restore inner parts. To sum up, we must obviously agree that it is necessary to understand the rules set to establish a standard. But more the rules, I believe that, at least for music of the 17th and 18th century, it is by example that we learn the most, and by observing real contextual contemporary compositions, which teach us much more than the treatises. Observation of contemporary models reveals many ways of circumventing the rules set out in the treatise, many forms of lessons which we need to understand as well as possible, and which it is not illegitimate to follow. I would even go so far as to say that in the context of the restoration of orchestral inner part, and insofar as the composition itself already exists, dessus and basse, the treatises should be used only as tools for theoretical verification. Generally speaking, the treatises and the rules of composition focus more on the composition of the two extreme parts, without really considering and standardizing the inner parts. At most, they give a few scattered, unsystematic, and ultimately rare examples in 4 or 5 parts, from which it is difficult to draw any rules. In my opinion, it is therefore a mistake to start from the treatises in order to restore the inner parts. It is therefore clear that in this case at least, practice and experience take precedence over theory. This is confirmed moreover by the experience of Saint-Lambert traité d'accompagnement, which is essentially based on practice and performance. For the restoration, for the restoration of the inner parts, the watchword, which is undoubtedly the same as it was then, is more than composing well, making it sound good. And doing it well in a style that is effective, pleasant, and in good taste. Of course, this has to be done as much as possible within the rules that every composer or dancing master knew, without forbidding oneself to take liberties with writing and style, some of which have even become signatures. For example, what I call the Charpentier cadence. It is the passage of the fifth degree of the 6th and 4th in order to touch the cadential dissonance, the 7th, by ascending movement, and thus avoid 5th and avoid a 5th, which were nevertheless tolerated because of their cadential nature. Charpentier uses this cadential scheme with passing 6th and 4th quite systematically, although it does not appear explicitly in any treatise, nor in his Règles de composition, and few of his contemporaries practiced it. I would also mention, for example, the almost systematic doubling or duplicate of thirds by Pascal Collas, a 5-part orchestra, who, it is said, assisted Lully himself in composing the inner parts. This feature, however, is curiously rarely found in Lully's work. To restore the inner parts, it is therefore necessary to define a corpus or reconstructing models, reference spaces sufficiently significant and relevant to the repertoire being restored, to the style and the composer are at best, if not to the period. In our case, there are in logical order. Firstly, works that will help us to understand Lalande's writing, essentially in 5 parts. So firstly is court divertissement. And please note that unlike Lully and most of his great contemporaries, Lalande never wrote operas. His orchestral 5-part writing in his Grand Motet. How reliable are these models? In the only source of Les Fontaines de Versailles, we found 2 rather worrying remarks by the copyist from Lalande. L'ouverture est changée car elle n'est pas bonne. The overture has been changed because it's not good. And at the beginning of the fugato, la reprise est entièrement refaite. The reprise, the fugato, has been completely recomposed. That's not a very good sign. As models, the writing of contemporaries obviously needs to be studied and taken into account, but few French composers wrote purely orchestral music, or there are few usable traces of them. The only complete orchestral piece with the inner parts in direct connection with the Royal Supper is the Concert de violon et hautbois, the concert, which is in fact a large orchestral suite quite comparable to those by Lalande, was composed by Jean-Baptiste de Lully fils, then surintendant of the musique de la Chambre du Roi, alternating with Lalande. But these models are extremely rare. The last thing we need to examine for restoration, therefore, are dance pieces for divertissement or operas. The temptation of the opera repertoire is logical and irrepressible, given the breadth and richness of the repertoire. But I think it would be better here to focus on court divertissement composed for the king's musician, because of a specific type of orchestral writing, the tradition of the divertissement played by the court violin bands, the tradition of ballet de cour in particular. Above all, practices that were somewhat different from those in the city and at the opera. These practices were either explicit or more implicit, and an in-depth study of them will help us to better understand or detect them, particularly through musical sources. It is easy to misunderstand a source of court divertissement if you read it at the light of the practices of the opera and vice versa. As far as the writing itself is concerned, there are nevertheless constants, trends, currents, or tics of writing in this repertoire, depending on the composer and the period. I've already mentioned Charpentier's cadence and Colar's doubled third, but there are many other examples. Of course, the Lully model, which all his successors have imitated with varying levels and variety, remains a benchmark. It seems to me that we should not overlook other corpuses and repertoire directly derived from this French orchestral suite and composed in this orchestral style, and in this tradition of 5-part writing à la française, notably by composers who came in France to learn it. You have the collection of suites in the French taste by Johann Sigismund Kusser, or the suite from Johann Caspar Fischer, Journal du Printemps. Knowledge of all these parameters allows, firstly, to develop a vocabulary, a catalogue of cadences and formulas, a musical grammar, and as a result, the establishment of milestones, point of reference about which the counterpoint will be rebuilt. Firstly, placement of cadences, following catalog, identification and placement of typical contrapuntal formulas, such as parallel lines in thirds, in sixths, contrary motions, etc. The definition and reconstruction of a sound architecture, the contrapuntal spectrum, pitches, positions, and pivot degrees, for example, the placement of a third, of a fourth, of a fifth. The definition and prioritization of permitted or not permitted doublings of or duplicates after the rules, that of the final, fundamental, the fifth, of the fifth chord on this chord, the diminished fifth must be doubled, one rising of the fifth of the following chord and the other falling on the third. The management of sixth, doubling allowed or not, etc., etc. Also the doubling of the third to be avoided according to the rules, but very common in models. And finally, the doubling of a sensible, which is to be avoided, but practiced by some composers, such as Pascal Collas. Another difficulty, the management of crossings, generally between taille and quinte parts, but also between haute contre and taille, which are possible, of course, according to the counterpoint. Finally, beyond the writing rules themselves, other parameters obviously come into play. In one hand, organological parameters, such as the question of open strings and resonance, positions, playability, note making parts to virtuoso, inner parts to virtuoso. In another hand, the rhythmic parameters, the inner parts being an essential core of a dynamic, and even acoustic parameters. A large part of the restitution must be guided by variety and inventiveness, with more latitude, I believe, that for the counterpoint of the Renaissance. This is also what most theoreticians recognize when they approach musical writing in multiple parts, in 4 and even more in 5 parts. Hence, the need for observation and a certain amount of empiricism. And as Charpentier notes at the end of his Règles de composition, la fabrique fait l'ouvrier, fabricando fabri fimus. Crafting makes the craftsman. If I have some time for the restoration and music of the Grande Pièce, the Grande Pièce Royale, which you can see the state before restoration, and it's the two pages, and we can hear this piece. It's 7 or 8. Yes, it's okay. Okay, 8 minutes. I made some changes in the music since the recording, so you can have some discordance with the score. You can see the recording is by Ensemble Correspondance, directed by Sébastien Dossé, without oboes, because in the concert there were just flutes, but you can imagine oboes. So cette grande pièce royale, ou pièce que le roi demandait souvent. Inner parts. I suggest the inner parts are ad libitum. Here. Optional. Okay.
Are there questions, comments, beyond being overwhelmed by this music?
Thank you very much, Thomas. That was absolutely fantastic. You have spoken about the petit violon. My question is, do you know how many players were playing the inner parts? So actually,
yes, we know. Yeah, we know at the end of the 17th century, 3-3-3.
3-3-3. The inner parts.
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And
why?
No.
It's more than Académie Royale de Musique. It just balanced with many dessus, many basses, and just a few inner parts, but 3 are many.
but yeah. Even in the petit violon,
yes,
they are in all together. How many are they?
8 dessus, I think, and 8 basses. And,
peut-être c'est 24 violons du roi, non? La petite bande.
Ils ont été 25. Ils ont été même plus. More than the 24 violons, just for at the end. The number of instrumentalists have changed many times. The 24 violons are 25, not 24, 25. Okay. Because the 24 with the concertmeister. Okay. And the petit violon, 25 also. But the petite bande, the name is the private orchestra. It's not the ground and the official band. It's not in terms of
size.
Of size, no.
Okay.
And the petit violon had also oboes and bassoons. No, not in 24 violon.
Okay, thank you. And the later copies you were showing from not the first collection, but the second and the third, we find the figured bass, no?
Yes,
here on the
third.
Second, on the
yes.
Even on the second, no?
Even on the second. Well, sorry.
Is that usual to find this kind of part with the upper voice and the bass line for this context?
It's a great question for orchestral repertoire. In the usage, in the practice, the orchestras were without basso continuo.
Yeah,
the violin bands. The basso continuo is in the chambre. The violin bands are a specific group.
Yeah, but that's why the figured bass is somehow also astonishing, no?
Yes, very furnished, but later, I think.
Later, it's usual.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's a sign of it may be a sign, an evidence that these posthumous sources. It is not an orchestra repertoire. It's chamber music. But before, where you have no figures because there were no basso continuo.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think maybe I would like to follow up on this because I think it's shown quite clearly that these later sources are for another practice.
Practice, yes.
And
I think.
Yeah, and maybe reflecting a little bit on the other things that we have heard in the last 2 days. What is the difference between what you are doing and what happens, for instance, in the restoration of missing parts from a 4-part Renaissance mass?
It's a question between the two and the change of the texture and practice. And the orchestral repertoire during the reign of Louis XV was just used sometimes 4 days a year. But under the reign of Louis XIV, with the petit violon, it was every evening. It could be. Quand le roi le demandait. At the end of the reign, it was almost every evening. So except of the 4 solemn days of the year, the 24 violons never played during the reign of Louis XV.
But coming back to a second question, what is the difference between the filling up of part books in the case of ritual or the Renaissance examples and your task filling in inner parts in an instrumental music, not as in ritual vocal parts?
The part books for inner parts?
Yeah.
I don't.
So maybe I clarify my question, which is really as to the methodology that you approach, and maybe also the status of the piece in a sense as it survives, because as you talk about it, that treatises of composition in 18th century France are almost exclusively concerned with the outer parts. So in a sense, could we consider that the piece as it exists is complete? And what does that change for the task of the reconstructor? So indeed, the basic question is, what is the difference of the role of the reconstructor in such a task as you are performing versus the reconstruction of missing parts in a Renaissance mass?
I think when I reconstruct the inner parts, I reconstruct a sound, not a composition, and a practice, and a specific practice, which was for the king. It's very close, and it's a sound. So when I restore the inner parts, I want to sound like the models I can observe, I can analyze, and I try to imagine or to hear with my colleagues from Ensemble Correspondance or even other orchestra reenactment. It's very important to make a sound and to reconstruct an idea of a sound. It's not a composition. It's not composition because the inner parts are in any treatise. I don't know if it's clear.
Good afternoon. I have 2 questions. First of all, you just said that the 25 violins didn't used to play every week, so maybe only in special evenings.
Only for ceremonies, or special occasions.
Okay.
Very special occasions.
Okay. The first question is, do we know exactly what pieces were written for this group, these 24, 25 violins, and
explicitly no.
No. Okay.
Some of them, yes, but it's very tiny.
Okay,
tiny repertoire.
And how often these works were replayed? I mean, when they wrote, for example, this piece that we just heard, this piece was played by these violins in the...
Petit violon.
Yeah, okay. But did they play it again, for example, next year, or it was music for only one occasion?
No. This piece is subtitled...
No to what the questions.
Sorry.
No, I mean... So, they were not played again? No, they were. They were.
Yes, because this piece was... The title, yes... Caprice que le roi demandait souvent, but the king always commanded. Yes, so maybe every evening.
And at what is there any moment in the, for example, 19th century, where these works stop playing and then we reconstruct it, or they have been being played since that times?
No, when the king, with the French Revolution, that.
Okay.
So all the repertoire of the Ancien Régime were silent, and after with the restoration, but before that, the institution of a conservatoire, the first Paris Conservatoire in 1793. These ancient repertoire and royal repertoire were considered as archaeological and music repertoire of another time and other using, other practices, but they were took as basis of pedagogical new dynamic also. But we don't know if this piece, especially, was taught to a new student of the new conservatoire.
So I think before we enter the 19th century, we stopped it here. We took some time for this lecture, not because it is from Versailles and the Louis, but because Mr. Ameto has declined to deliver his lecture for personal reasons. So we had time to double the time for Mr. Lecomte, but now we stop it at that and we meet tomorrow at 10, I think. So have a nice evening. Thank you. And thank you again.
Thank you.